sector. And the president also said inflation declined significantly from 19.9% in June 2024 to 13.9% in June 2025. And the minimum wage limit for public employees raised from 4,760 birr to 6,000 Ethiopian birr. And the fiscal management is addressed like the 2024-2025 budget executed without direct borrowing from the central bank, that is the National Bank of Ethiopia. And as we see the 2025-2026 government plan and priorities as outlined by President Taye Selassie, the growth target is to 9% GDP growth. That is just reinforcing the macroeconomic stability and sectoral diversification. And when we see the agriculture sector, the government planned to launch a large-scale fertilizer production plant to boost productivity and achieve food self-sufficiency. That was what was done just a month ago in Ethiopia's Somali region. And with the exports, the government planned to broaden the export base to support export growth and diversification. And when we see tourism, the government plan is to expand tourism destinations, protect cultural and natural heritage, and upgrade air transport infrastructure to improve global competitiveness. And with infrastructure development, it wants to strengthen irrigation, water, energy, and transport sectors with expansion of road, rail, air and logistics networks to sustain economic momentum. And this regard with regard to the air transport, the government has already planned and to build out of Addis Ababa in a town, just near a town that is some 40 kilometers away from the capital, near Bishoftu town, an airport station with 10 billion USD. So institutional strengthening, the government wants to build autonomous national institutions resilient to political transitions and to enhance intelligence and security agencies to ensure unity and stability. Efficiency ahead of, especially ahead of the upcoming 7th national election, which is slated to be, just tentatively slated to be done in June 2025, 2026. Most importantly, the government has unveiled a $30 billion investment project in the 2025-2026 fiscal year, as Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed announced during the inaugural speech of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. And the premier said there will be a construction of mega nuclear power plant, and also the construction of massive new airport, as I mentioned earlier, for Ethiopian Airlines with an initial capacity of transporting 60 million passengers annually and later to 120 million passengers. The country's first liquefied natural gas factory already inaugurated. The construction of second gas plant more than 10 times larger than the inaugurated one. And also a nuclear power plant which is quite new to Ethiopia, which is equivalent to the capacity of the GERD. And an oil refinery, fertilizer manufacturing plant, foundation stone laid, building at least 1.5 million homes for citizens over the next 5 years. So this entirely will take up the government some 30 billion USD, and some of the projects have already been implemented, and the others are on the pipeline. Just two of these projects were inaugurated a month ago, and for the others, cornerstone was laid. Two of them are in the regional states, that is the Somali regional state. Then the president also added that the ongoing reforms are historic transformation, marking an end to years of decline and positioning Ethiopia for renewal and sustainable growth. When coming to the foreign relations and diplomacy, Ethiopian core principles of foreign policy include national interest and citizens' dignity. These are just the foundational anchors of Ethiopia's diplomatic policy. Foreign relations are guided by principles of mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence, and equitable cooperation. And Ethiopia aims to transition from a passive observer to an agenda setter in regional and global affairs and achieved tangible results in that regard. The next point, just core priority for the government in the 2025-2026 fiscal year is strategic geopolitical orientation. In this regard, Ethiopia is reordering its geostrategic posture to enhance influence and leadership in the Horn of Africa and beyond. The president underscored that Ethiopia's security, growth, and sovereignty are intrinsically linked to reliable access to the sea and sustainable utilization of the Abiy or the Blue Nile River. And that is just with this regard that the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam has been realized after 20 years of bilateral and trilateral negotiations. In fact, just the negotiations and the diplomatic posture Ethiopia has had over the past 20 years is immense. That is just to utilize for equitable utilization of the Nile waters, and with our case, the Abiy River waters. Thank you so much. And now let me take you to Samrawit for the French service.
Merci, Sentayo. Bonjour, chers téléspectateurs, et bienvenue sur ABC. C'est notre transmission ici en direct au studio principal. Donc aujourd'hui, le Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed va répondre aux questions et apportera les éclaircissements à la Chambre des représentants du peuple. Donc aujourd'hui, mardi 28 octobre 2025, c'est moi, Samuel Godado, et on va transmettre en direct en différentes langues ici au studio principal d'IBC. Donc le Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed répondra et apportera les éclaircissements aux questions soulevées par les parlements et membres de Chambre des représentants du peuple aujourd'hui. Donc la deuxième session ordinaire de la 5e année et de la 6e Chambre des représentants du peuple se tiendra aujourd'hui, comme je vous l'avais dit, donc à partir maintenant en présence du Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed. Donc, lors de cette session ordinaire, le Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed répondra et apportera une explication aux questions soulevées par le représentant et le membre de la Chambre concernant le discours d'ouverture du président Taye Ask-Selassie lors de la session conjointe de la Chambre des représentants du peuple et de la Chambre de la Fédération le 26 septembre 2018 en éthiopien calendrier. Donc, le discours du président Ask-Selassie a été présenter le plan national d'Éthiopie et d'avenir et aussi les projets achevés par l'Éthiopie pendant le changement. Donc, comme les projets achevés par l'Éthiopie cette année ou bien pendant le changement, c'était le GARD, le grand barrage de la Renaissance éthiopienne qui a été achevé en mois septembre, et aussi les élargissements, les destinations touristiques donnant une priorité principale et aussi le développement corridor rural et urbain qui a changé les apparences des villes principales et aussi qui a été aussi débuté dans les villes rurales et aussi dans les villes de la campagne. Et aussi, le président a présenté le plan national, ça veut dire l'accès maritime sur la mer Rouge. Donc, c'était l'un des principaux sujets qui a été soulevé par le président Taïs Katselassi, ça va aussi renforcer l'intégration régionale, avoir un accès maritime pour l'Éthiopie. Donc la Chambre devrait aujourd'hui approuver la motion de soutien après avoir entendu la position du gouvernement. La réunion ordinaire de la Chambre de représentants qui se tiendra aujourd'hui, donc réunira des ambassadeurs de divers pays. Comme vous le savez, en Éthiopie, il y a plusieurs 120 ambassades et missions de différents pays à Addis Ababa, donc des chefs religieux notables et aussi des représentants du parti ruraux et d'autres invités. La réunion donc sera intégralement transmise en direct, a annoncé la Chambre des représentants depuis hier. Donc en Éthiopie, le changement est en train de faire. À propos des projets qui se lient en Éthiopie, c'est différent et vaste. Donc, par exemple, le macroéconomique a changé et a eu un résultat remarquable, comme nous le savons. Donc, aujourd'hui, le Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed va répondre aux questions qui vont soulevées par les membres des représentants du Chambre. Maintenant, Abdulaziz, depuis en langue arabique, va présenter concernant la session d'aujourd'hui.
مشاهدينا الكرام، أهلا ومرحبا بكم معنا من هيئة الإذاعة والتلفزيون الإثيوبي. نصحبكم اليوم في نقل مباشر لنقل مجريات وأحداث لجلسة الدورة العادية الثانية لمجلس نواب الشعب للعام التشريعي الخامس على التوالي في محطة دستورية جديدة تؤكد انتظام المسار المؤسسي واستدامة الرقابة التشريعية على أداء الحكومة. طبعا خلال هذا الانعقاد الذي يحضره رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد وسيقدم خلاله أمام الأعضاء إحاطة شاملة حول مستجدات الأداء التنفيذي ومسار الإصلاحات الجارية ومخرجات البرامج التنموية في القطاعات الاستراتيجية والإجابة على المقترحات المتعددة والأسئلة التي ستقدم من أعضاء مجلس نواب الشعب. طبعا يكتسي انعقاد الجلسة أهمية خاصة في ظل التحولات الاقتصادية والإدارية التي تشهدها البلاد، حيث يتطلع الرأي العام إلى ما ستسفر عنه نقاشات ومداولات تتصل بتحسين الخدمات وتعزيز الحوكمة وترسيخ المساءلة وترجمة التوجهات الوطنية إلى سياسات قابلة للتنفيذ. كما يرتقب أن تشهد الجلسة مداخلات نوعية من أعضاء المجلس تعكس نبض المجتمع وتطلعات المواطنين وتؤكد دور السلطة التشريعية بوصفها منبرا للرقابة والتشريع وركنا أصيلا في معادلة بناء الدولة وسيادة القانون. مشاهدينا، كما نذكر أن خلال افتتاح رسمي وبرنامج حكومي لمجلس نواب الشعب الذي افتتحه الرئيس تاسك أي سلاسي في الجلسة الرسمية المشتركة لمجلس البرلمان، وأعلن خلال تلك الافتتاحية العمل السنوي للحكومة الفيدرالية للعام العمل الجاري. أشاد خلالها بالمحطات الكبرى التي حققتها البلاد مؤخرا، ومنها افتتاح السد النهضة الإثيوبي العظيم وإطلاق المرحلة الأولى من مشروع الغاز الطبيعي المسال في منطقة أوغادين. وهناك أيضا نقاط متعددة قدمها رئيس الجمهورية خلال الافتتاحية، التي كانت من تلك النقاط أولوية الوصول إلى البحر وضبط السياسة الخارجية. أكد خلال تلك الافتتاحية أن إثيوبيا تستعيد موقعها الجيوستراتيجي من مراقب سلبي إلى فاعل مؤثر على الصعيد الدولي. وشدد رئيس الجمهورية خلال الافتتاحية أيضا على حق إثيوبيا المتساوي في استخدام الموارد العابرة للحدود على ضرورة التوصل إلى منفذ بحري مباشر، مشيرا إلى أن هذا مطلب سيادي وأمني. وفي فقرة أداء الاقتصاد وتحولات المؤسسية استعرض معدلات النمو الاقتصادي التي بلغت إلى 9% وآليات الإصلاح المؤسسي، وأشار إلى أن المؤسسات الوطنية يجب أن تكون ذات استقلالية وقادرة على تحمل التقلبات القيادية السياسية. واستعرض أيضا مؤشرات مثل زيادة الصادرات وزيادة الإنتاج الزراعي للاستخدام الصناعي، وقدم أيضا نقاط متعددة ومنها استكمال مشاريع البنية التحتية والسيادة الحيادي الإيجابي، وكذا أيضا التماسك الاجتماعي وإدارة التنوع. وذكر أيضا رئيس الجمهورية خلال الافتتاحية التعليم ورأس المال البشري، وأشار أن الإصلاح في الجامعة والتعليم المهني ليتوائم مع متطلبات الدولة يحتاج إلى تركيز تام وتقديم الصناعة الرقمية بدلا من مخرجات نظرية غير قابلة للتوظيف. وكما تناول أيضا الزراعة والتحول الرعوي والاستثمار، حيث تناول إصلاح أنماط الزراعة والرعي التقليدي إلى زراعة تجارية حديثة ودعم سلاسل القيمة الزراعية للتصدير. وكان طبعا في الإجمال الخطاب في جوهره ليس افتتاحا فقط، بل بيان اتجاه عام، وأن الدولة تريد الانتقال من إدارة الأزمات إلى هندسة المستقبل عبر بناء شرعية الإنجاز لا شرعية الخطاب. طبعا خلال هذه الجلسة لهذا اليوم التي سننقل إليكم وقائعها ستكون هناك عدة محاور يجيب عليها معالي رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد لأعضاء مجلس النواب. وطبعا خلال هذه الجلسة هناك حضور وضيوف من السفراء والمسؤولين ووزراء محليين ودوليين يشاركون فيها منبر هذا الانعقاد. وأنقل إليكم طبعا بعد هذه التقديمة المبسطة أنقل إلى زميلي علي أحمد من قسم العفاري لتقديم المزيد باللغة العفرية.
شكرا يا عبد العزيز، مرحبا قدك يا إثيوبيا تلفزيونكي أفيته إدلا نيكا تتحت توقبوي فيركو السلام عليكم زينك هاي أساكيها أيرو أمتها أولايتيتي ملهبرا كونو هاي تتعمد دبانكا لما هي له تنام دبينوكو كوبرو غريساكا جيتين تاهاي أكوبرو إفدريك نهارسي ملكا دكتور أبي أحمد دغو ساعتاكا قمدال اللي جيتي مكا غرسيتي لأرحكو عمبالانا هاي ننوكا دلكا برسلوكو أكوبروكو أوكي هدفكي أوكا دلكا aku beruka embuha agenda hatan waitah tanimi umatta hawlaititi malaha burai nama malaha buraka fakin talam unda garab luk labatan nake lihihi gadisse sukte tanama malaha bura federation malaha burake umatta hawlaititi malaha bura ittaluko gahaka gadisse sukute tanam ene khele tanam dabino ho kobodulu federal president tayas kasilla se barsaluko sanat namal fi ke tabanke bahara ligidih mizaniyat ligidih adata ethiopia dolata أبلوي سواهنا لفله الحاجي دادي يبقى كأبيه تليه تهوك وقتابك دولة أفغانيا سنة نمل في كي طبعا كي بحر لجده أدتا أبلو وهي لا أمتها أولايتيه ملاه برا برابر سليه تنا السرورة كي تنحكادكم مبلا اللي أعيل أرحك عبالنا هاي نهار سي ملاك دكتور أبي أحمد تنحكادكم ملبرك وقتاه تنحتنا السرورة كي تنحكادكم عرق وقتاه تنحتنا مبلا كادو لك ردي كي تنحكادكم الدفقوت كي تنحكادكم دولة أفغانيا تكويتهيك بارهن الدفقوتو اللي أبي لأرحك عملانا هاي أوكي الدرو إسكرين اللي أكاه تبلل إنها ملبرها أدويتي هل دقفنا حلقا راح أبركو جيتما هاي دقو دقيقة أو كادولكا كمدلا نهارسي ملك دكتور أبي أحمد اللي جيتما كاسانيه ملبرها نمهيله تنام دبينو قبرو قرسيت اللي أرحك عملانا هاي برسلوكو سنة لما في كي طبعا كي بحار ميزانية لقده أدتا أيونتينوي مدوروي سياساي دبلوماسي اللي تكوي تحت لهتنا حاجي دادلي ملبرها أدويتي برابر سلهتنا السرورة اللي أكسري أرحك عمبالانا هاي تنه كادو لكا أسوتناها دولة كادو لكا لهتنا دبلوماسي غرسوي ساي كي سلام دقوي سانماي مدور لدال كادو لكتا كيه تلهتنا تامومي أيونتينو حاجي دادل كادو لكا برسلوكو برزرانتي تيزكا سلاسي ميزانية لقده أدتا إثيوبيا إثيوبيا مهمتها حيوي تحت نهتن حاجة دكتياكتيني أينتينو لانج الكادو لكا برسلكو بريتو عافية هاي برسلكو على عب بريتو بارسانا بريتو برارك مدت أي سي نهتن لكادوكو دحر ستة هدينا دايلو مدت لهتن بريتو أكاه جانينا عافية فانتينا لكادو لكا وقت عصر ديجيتاليزيشن الآيفة فأكاه تحلنها أبالا ما يتون لكادوكو دحر ستة هدينا إلونتي كادو لكا مدت لهتن عافية آيفة فأكاه جيتان لها أسنة ميزانيت لقده أدتا دولة برسل مهمة أكاه يحوه للدكاتين أكلنت لمتارح القاسيسة سجلت من دقيه تلنا كادو لكا مدور للدتلي أو كاتا أو مهمة كهتحيتنا كونه للديا تاما اللي أبكا جيتين تلمت من دقيه توتيا كاتي أختيني بعري تلنا كادو كو تريزمي معدين للداي كلا هتليهتنا ما الدروك رحيلانيه تليهتن فارح وقاد ولا قاد دويس الأساسانات تدعي الأساسان ملا دولتها أبكا جياه تامومي وجد تامل قاد ولا كامل برها أدويتي برا برس ليهتن السرورة اللي أكسر أرحك عملانا هايتون قاد ولا كا أدا فينا نهارسي ملكا دكتور أبي أحمد اللي جيتي مكا جرست وهي لا برا برس ليهتنا بعد بارورها دبلومات واي تلنا قاد ولا كا سياسة تتاردقوي أباس الدورتي تلنا قادوكو برا برس ليهتن مقلب ليلا اللي جيتين تويتا تلمكيت النقاد كواكي هدروكه بلوكو جيت الثان إنها ملبرها أدويتكي ملكوتي النقاد كو بڑا بڑ سليتنا مغلب ليلا كادو لكا أراح أبركو جيت التاهاي دونها إثيوبيا أسنتا ميزانية لجدي هدتا كده تنيتنا مهمة أكاد تحيت تنيتنا حاجة دادكي تيقتني مدور للدكار حينانه تنيتنا أوكيه الدرو إثيوبيا عبسيتنا مدور فتكيه تنيتنا تامومي أوكيه الدرو سومالي ركاكا عبسيه تنيتنا كدا حقايسوسا أبنويسانا حقايسوسا كادو أجتا حتى يلو أيتها تدعي إثيوبيا أسنتها ميزانيتها إثيوبيا صدق بليون دولار كده كهنا ميزانية أكهتي إحتليه تنا حجايسوسا أبنويسه تامتها حلته جيتلتا أكاد لك أبنويته دا أبن سد جرك محمل سلتا دولتك محمل سلتا ملبرة هدوي تكاد لك أيون تنفعه تنيه تنا حجايسوسا وجتا ملا تكيه تنيه تنتامو مكاد لك أبنويسانا ملا تقوى تحت تنيه تنتامو مني مبلاكي تلنا كاد لك السرورة اللي أكسنينه السرورة كاد لك أكسنيك جمد الكاد لك نهارسي ملك دكتور أبي أحمد بارهن الدفقات كي تلنا كادو كو رد اللي أجحيوكو إثيوبيا دولتا مدور الأبكا جيت ما هنيهن تامو ملكادو لك بارهن الدفقات اللي أبي الحق عن بالانا هاي أدفين هذا كادو لك ملبرة قريسات المدابينو كبر لكات من دقينا برابر سليتنا دبلومات واللي جيت انتهاي إثيوبيا دبلوماسيا أو كادو لك إثيوبيا كدبلوماسي بوليسي حقالي بارورها عبوت حيثا سياسة كيتون كادو كو دبلوماسي كله تلمت من دقيه أو كيه الدور كادو لك إثيوبيا بدي فردا جيته أبقى جيت انتهى تامومي بعد حد الأقل تيتجيك جيت انتهى الإسروي كادو لك بسه اللي قطع قد ويتهت نمكي ملبرة كادو لك السروراي كادو كويديو بيا السرطة تبدي فاجي ما جور الجيتان فالدلتا ملبرك مع عبال سنتا دولتك مع عبال سنتا هيونتك مع عبال سنتا هالحكومة برابر سليتنا مبلولي اللي تحوي تحت انتي أهل كادو لكان هرسي ملك دكتور أبي أحمد بارهن عدى فقوتو اللي أبدي أرحك عبالنا هاي تبيا بدي فاجي جيته إنك مبلا تعلم فالدلتا نبكي برابر سليتنا قلينت كيتون لكادو كو دره أفبره تون كادو كو مريتي تبيا دل نعبها يكادو لكو برابر سليتنا قدي كليت دتكنتا كيكها إثيوبيا هدايلو إكتينا لي إثيوبيا كنا بهنا أسابيك كراود أبنوسه تنيتنا أمتكها تلنا واقيه دركادو لك فردا قيردسانا فردا أبنوسانا ملا إنكي مبلا هاي ست ويته تنبكادو لك ملا برا مبلا اللي أحيل أرحك عبالانا هاي لنقادو لك إثيوبيا ها تلفزيون ثاني هي برابر سليتنا أفتي تكاد نهن أويتي سينتي تبسك جيتنا أو يكادو لك سومالها أفكا محمد محمود يا يسيهن أوي تكادو لك نت تبس محمد محمود
علي ومحسن هي أو إسلام مركز لقطة عم فرتنا نقص قرصينية وحسيتوس نقول سعوتان لقطها في تلفزيون كلقطها قارهن ستوس صيد نقول سعوتان إن واحد مقال كان داون السنة وحوي يقولها وكيل هذا الشعب كا أو إسلام مركز سيناش كلا فدي استعادة هاي اللبات وحقبت كشقة السنة كشناد قوانا يوم كودير جروبية وإسلام مركز سينما مانت لفلنا يون رئيس الوزراء دكتور أبي أحمد وكتشوابه سؤالها كلا دواني يو حليبا أو إسلام مركز لوان سحنا يو كلا فدي جاني وربحنتي سنة كان فوريتان كقولها لبض قولياري يقولها وكيل هذا الشعب كيقولها فيدريشن كوكفري مدحوينها جمهورية ديمقراطية فدرالية إثيوبيا taay asqasilaasi ayaa waxa uu isla markaasina lagu ansixin doonaa haddaba waxa kamid ah qodobada ugu muhiimsan ee isla markaasina lagu soo bandhigay madaxweynaha jamhuuriyadda dimuqraadiga federaalka Itoobiya ku soo bandhigay in arrimaha tabarucaadka iyo waliba qorshaha horumarka laga gaadhay iyo si loo sii xoojin lahaa isticmaalka aaladaha casriyaysan iyo teknolojiyadda si loo sii xoojin lahaa ayaa kamid ah qorshooyinka iyo waliba jihooyinka ay qaadatay dawladdu in sanadka 2018 ay culayska saarayso gaar ahaan iyadoo laga faa'iideysanayo wax soo saarka kheyraadka beeraha iyo waliba dhinacyada kala duwan guud ahaan dhaqaalaha iyo waxa uu ka hadlay madaxweynuhu isla markaasina warbixintiisa ku soo bandhigay in sanadka dambe culayska la saarayo sidii barnaamijyada tabarucaadka iyo waliba sidoo kale barnaamijyada kala duwan ee dhinaca horumarinta beeraha wax soo saarka kheyraadka iyadoo laga faa'iideysanayo horumarinta dhinaca warshadaha iyo dhinacyada kala duwan culayska lagu saari doono haddaba qodobadaasi iyo waliba warbixintaasi guud ee ku soo bandhigay ayaa waxa kamid ah sidii gaar ahaan iyadoo la isticmaalayo teknolojiyadda casriyaysan in lala jaanqaado caalamka isla markaasina waxyaabo kala duwan lagu horumariyo haddaba guud ahaan waxa la filanaya ra'iisul wasaare Dr. Abiy Ahmed haddaba barlamaankani munaasabada tooska ah taawanaysaan in luqadaha kala duwan aan ku soo gaarsiinayno waxaad kala daawan doontaan oo ra'iisul wasaaraha ayaana sharaxaad ka bixin doona su'aalaha kala duwan ee ku saabsan mooshinka ama qorshaha sanadka 2018 ee dawladdu ay jihahan u soo bandhigtay ee lagu xoojinayo geedi socodka iyo shaqooyinka kala duwan ee horumarka ee dalka laga dhaqangelinayo haddaba arrimahaasi oo dhan waxa su'aalahaasi iyo su'aalo kala duwan ayaana la filanayaa in lagu ansixin doono bayaankani qadar yar kadib ayuuna si toos ah u bilaami doonaa golaha wakiilada shacabka kala fadhigiisaasi labaad ee waxqabadka shaqada sanadka shanaad haddaba annaguna luqadaha kala duwan ayaanu isku soo gudbinaynaa luqadaha sida tooska aad ugala socotaan ayaanu kala hadba macluumaadiyada kala duwan iyadoo aad kala socon doontaan haddaba waxaa kamid ah arrimaha ugu muhiimsan ee isla markaasina laga filanayo ra'iisul wasaare Dr. Abiy Ahmed in uu si weyn uga hadlo qorshooyinka kala duwan iyo guulaha waaweyn ee laga soo hoyay dhinacyada kala duwan ee horumarka iyo isbeddelka guud ee laga soo hoyay gaar ahaan in lagu guuleystay mashaariico muddo 100 sanadood gudahood aan dalka Itoobiya laga dhaqangelin in lagu dhiirado lagu guuleystay taasina dadaalka weyn ee xisbiga barwaaqo iyo xisbiga talada haya oo isla markaasina iyo hogaaminta adag ee mar walba dabagalka ku sameynaysa mashaariicaha kala duwan ay suurto gelisay in guulo waaweyn laga soo hoyo gaar ahaan waxa kamid ah mashruuca shidaalka soo saarista iyo mashruuca soo kale warshada bacriminta soo saaraysa oo taasina damaanad qaadka cunnada iyo waliba guud ahaanba horumarka dalka mid weyn oo xaqiijinaysa ay kamid tahay arrimahaasi oo dhan ayaa kamid ah iyo mashaariicaha waaweyn ee la fulinayo sida dhismaha biyo-xidheenka weyn ee dibashada Itoobiya guusha weyn laga soo hoyay iyo mashaariicaha kala duwan waxaana sidoo kale warbixinta madaxweynuhu uu soo bandhigay kamid ah in shaqooyinka kala duwan ee amniga iyo nabadgelyada lagu sii xoojin doono dadaalada kala duwan lagu sii ballaarin doono balse waqtiga ayaan soo hayay luqadaha kala duwan ee kala socodsiinayna luqadda Ingiriiska luqadda Faransiiska luqadda Carabiga luqadda Canfarta iyo luqadda Soomaaliga iyo waliba luqadda Tigreega oo imkan ugu soo biirtay aynu kala socodsiinayna baahinteeda waxaan jecelahay qadar yar kadib waxa bilaami doona bal saaxiibkay waxaan ugu baxayaa luqadda Tigreega Getachew inuu nagu soo koobo macluumaadka ku saabsan
thank you بكتافنو مكتتال واناوي مكتتال يكون تركبوا كبرات تختاتلتي زي كاب اي تي بي نابقوم زبل زوسفلالي قانقاتات نابقوم زبل مدبيو لو ما انتي قدم كبل كغلص وخم صنحو مسارحتاتي شاد شاي بايتو كلت حزبي 50 عام زبن صراح قال اي سروع عقيبو لو ما انتي 10 شمونت تقمتي 2018 عام تمرت قدما منستر أبي أحمد زترقبلو كسالتيو زي بفلايد مع 26 مسكرم 2010 من تنام تمرت بريزيدنت تاي سلاسي اب كلتيو مخفتي ابيات مخري بايتو فيدريشنن بايتو كلت حزب ترخيبهم ابز حلف عامت زنبرو صراحه منغسي گمگموم كوم دماناي 2010 من تنام تمرت صراحتي منغستي ويدما منغستاو عمامات علاو مغبارهم تذكريو زي مخنيات بمغبار لومي دما أبالات بايتو كلت حزبين قدما منستر أبي أحمد أبو زترقبلو ترخيبهم حتوتات كأقربو يوم أبزوم حتوتات وسطي مبرهين ملاشن بقدما منستر أبي أحمد كوهابيو فلاي أب قطباوي قدات بوليتيكاوي محبراوي كومون قطاس إثيوبيا أب 2010 من تنام تمرت زعممتهم استفلالي عمامات لهم معنتي بقدما منستر أبي أحمد مبرهن ملاشن زوهابو لهم يخون نحنا دما بستفلالي قانقاتات ابزي اب اديس ابا كاب زركب استوديو اي تي بي ترخيبنا بستفلالي قانقاتات ناباخوم نبل يخون مسانا نخصنحو زعدمكم كاب قانقات تግርኛ ጌታቸው አለው ሜ ስንታዩ Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching our special live coverage from ETV Languages, and this special coverage is dedicated to the second session of this year's Parliament, and here I think Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is to address after half an hour some of the questions raised by the parliamentarians. And as I mentioned, the President of Ethiopia, Taye Selassie, presented some of the major achievements of the previous year, as well as had outlined some of the plans for or priorities of the government for the 2025-2026 Ethiopian fiscal year. So in this regard, I have just mentioned some of the major achievements and also government priorities. And President Taye Selassie said that the diplomatic achievements for within the 2024-2025 Ethiopian fiscal year have been just mentioned, like completion and inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD, following some successful diplomacy, and also increased international recognition of Ethiopia's Ethiopia's fair and legitimate pursuit for reliable sea access, and successful. So the Prime Minister is to address, and he's in the Parliament. Thank you so much for watching us, and we will get back after the session ends.
ሀምሳ ስምንት ንዑስ አንቀጽ አንድና በምክር ቤቱ የአሰራርና የአባላት ስነ ምግባር ደንብ አንቀጽ 22 ንዑስ አንቀጽ 2 መሰረት ከአባላት መካከል 420 የተገኙ ስለሆነ
120 are in attendance, so the quorum is complete. The agenda for today are: the first agenda, the 5th year of activity, the first sessions, minutes of examining and approving it. The second, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the President of FDR, Taye Selassie, the opening speech, the speech he made to the two houses, the opening speech. The answer, the reactions they shall give to questions from the members, and then move to approving motion. So according to the first agenda, the 5th year, the first regular session, minutes shall be examined and approved. If there are corrections, amendments, anything on the minutes of the meeting, if no comments, corrections, so those who support to approve the minutes of the session. Thank you. Objection? Abstinence? No. Therefore, so the 5th year, the first regular session, minutes of meeting has been approved by full votes. Agenda 2, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed and President of FDR, Taye Selassie, this opening speech to the two sessions, Federation and House of Representatives, the opening speech. Any questions from members? We shall listen to the questions and the answer there to give on those questions. So Dr. Abiy Ahmed, regarding the stand of the government, shall give answers on questions from MPs. That is among us. I would like to thank you. So those who have been registered to make questions, I shall give an opportunity for them to read their questions. Is Honorable Melesamana. Thank you, Speaker. His Excellency Prime Minister Dr. Ahmed, that is always among us and ready to answer to our questions and give an explanation on our questions. I would like to thank him from my heart on behalf of Ethiopian people. So my question is as follows. Our country, Ethiopia, so the challenges on its existence the mature leadership of the government, it is still existing. But sometimes in some areas there are conflicts. These conflicts, to solve them sustainably, the government. So we have heard from the opening speech of the president that the government is open to peace. Accordingly, from different regions, there are armed groups who are many in number, who have accepted peace and come back to the peaceful life. So the tolerance of the government, this is a function which shows the tolerance of the government. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, now those who have not accepted the call of peace from the government, from the people, that are serving foreign enemies and engaged in banda activities and extending the suffering of the people, and who need to do that, and working day and night to weaken Ethiopia, the extremist groups are still there, especially in Amara and Oromia regions in some areas, killing religious leaders, demolishing schools, and become obstacles to schools and children, and demolishing and destroying people's service areas, abducting civilians, and engage in other cruel activities to control that, and use the government's only security force, and the activities being held, to keep the constitution and the rule of law. I would like to hear explanation on that. What's expected from the people in this end? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Chana Lemi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency, our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, His Excellency Prime Minister, President Taye Selassie, and the opening speech of the two houses, our government's 2018 main area of focus, and based on that speech, that he's ready to give explanation and answer, and that is among us, I would like to thank him. So the opening speech by His Excellency the President, in the speech as a country, to bring positive and sustainable peace, that the government is engaged in big activities. That's very clear. Among those activities, so there is no activity among that is changing political cultures. The politics of destroying each other and emotional political move, very backward politics. So that's costing Ethiopia a lot. We believe that. And to having these truths, so instead of rushing to stop, anti-peace activities, it is not tolerant and making peace priority. And based on this, by following the way of peace and reconciliation and make the peace of our country reliable, there are many activities being done by the government. One of this indication is the peace of Pretoria, and the results from that, the Pretoria Agreement, are among those. However, the Pretoria Agreement, by leaving it aside and against the law of the country, so the TPLF team that is led by elderly senior people and engaged in anti-peace activities, and including other anti-peace forces in other regions, and using them and collaborating with historic enemies of the country. They are declaring party of war all the time. Your Excellency, this war wishing or liking group to stop it and to bring them to the right track, what is being done. In addition to that, as some information show, the TPLF elderly people's group, they are collaborating with Shabia group. We are hearing that. Therefore, so this movement that is against our sovereignties, what activities are being done by the government to stop that move and what is the current status of Tigray region, the peace and the political situation of Tigray region, the current situation. I would like to hear explanation on that. Thank you. Next, Honorable Tasfahum Bogala. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, and members of the House of People Representatives, to respond to our question that you are among us. I would like to thank you for that. Now I present my question as follows. In Ethiopian government construction, among the breakage that has been seen, that's connected with our political culture, so to repair, amend that breakage, and to focus on political market, the government is very determined at working on that. In the speech made by His Excellency, the President, so activities here and there, activities that are, attempt to have power in power by in winning the conflict. So we don't have to transfer or inherit bad characters and natures to the coming generation. For the peace of tomorrow and for the coming generation, the government has chosen that peaceful path. To succeed in that, in our country, one way that's being followed is inclusive national dialogue. So the process is now on decisive chapter. So we are learning that from the follow-up that we are making on different times. Your Excellency, in our history for the first time, this opportunity to make it fruitful, what is expected from whom? And the reconciliation process, those who are not willing, there are few political forces that are not willing to participate. I would like to hear the stand of the government regarding those who are not ready or willing to participate in the national dialogue. Mubarak areas next. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency Prime Minister. Prime Minister, FDRE President Taye Asqassalaase, October 6, 2025, in the opening speech for the two houses, that explains, the government's stand that you are among us. I would like to thank you and present my question as follows. Your Excellency Prime Minister, the macroeconomic improvement of the government and repair the economic breakage and take us to prosperity, expedite economic reforms and to implement that. And in the speech of the President that has been indicated, and we have heard that results have been obtained. However, in connection with economic reform, there are risks reducing the cost of the government. So the weakening, the devaluation of the Ethiopian birr is mentioned as negative points. Your Excellency, the macroeconomic process in general and the hope that is coming in the future, I would like to hear more on that, the future of the economy. Thank you very much. Next, Maaz Marandemo. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister, that you are among us today. And by this opening speech made by the President, and that you are here to explain and express on the government's stance, I would like to raise one question. 11 years back, I have an opportunity to visit the Great Renaissance Dam. We have also visited 10 years back with other members. I have seen that it has become even a country like. It's not only a change, very big change. and that justice has come to our country. I would like to respect that performance before the change, so to feel and to correct the injustice that done in our country. Together, the people that I represent, that we have been in man-made darkness, in Shaka, 60 megavolt, 71 kilometer, 230 volt transformer. Now the people are out of darkness and in bright life. We have seen that success. This change, this has solved and filled the gap in injustice. So the leadership of the change is doing a lot, and I would like to thank you for that on behalf of my people. So cutting the ribbon and celebrating this success with the people, I hope you will do that. Our country is in historic point. So the government to drag the country from the problems it is in, that is not targeted its sovereignty. There are positive opportunities are being done by the government, and this has been indicated by the president's speech. So the ability that we can have been shown by Ethiopian Great Renaissance Dam, that we have successfully completed it. That's a big news. So next, then that natural gas has also been inaugurated in the second chapter of petroleum. 1,000 megawatt that is to be generated by natural gas. Oil refinery project for the first time in history, and the other mega projects. If we change them to results, it is definitely clear that we can change forever the bad history of our country. Prime Minister, in a way that enable our country to use its natural resource properly. This is a big news for Ethiopians, the natural gas. They save hard currencies and create employment opportunities and making the future life very bright to our people. And I would like to hear more on that. So in coming years, the mega projects that are to be accomplished in Ethiopia, the big airport in Bishoftu, and more than 1.5 million houses are to be constructed and given to citizens. So for the success and the success in that regard, I would like to hear more on that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Honorable Aragash Kifle. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, Dr. Prime Minister Ahmed, to respond to the question we are to raise that you are among us, I would like to thank you and proceed to my question as follows. I will read it out. In 2018 Ethiopian calendar, in the focus direction of the government, one is to establish strong institutions. In the opening speech by the President, it has been indicated in the speech of the President in the institution construction and trained, competent civil services required. In this regard, democratic institutions, security institutions construction, after the change, the commitment, the diligence that is being done by the government is very commendable. However, in the good governance and establishing administration that is, trusted by the people, there are, complaints from the people. Prime Minister, to make the service very efficient and effective, and corruption and malpractices to solve it permanently, what are being done? I would like you to give more explanation to Ethiopian people on this issue. Anti-corruption. The other, Ibrahim Umar. Thank you very much, the Speaker. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, that you are among us here to give answer and explanations on the question to be raised by the member of the parliament that you are among us. Thank you very much again for that. First and foremost, before I proceed to my question, by using the opportunity given to me, the productions in Bale zone regarding the developmental activities in Bale, the Prime Minister and the reform government, I would like to thank them. In Bale zone, it is very rich in natural resources. It has big potentials. But before now, the previous governments, they have done nothing. So the resource of Bale people, the people couldn't benefit from that. And they were in difficult condition, in problems. However, after the change of the government, the attention and the focus given by the current government and the stand of Dr. Prime Minister, the development attention given by the government in all areas. So Bale people are very proud of that. There are historic activities and accomplishments in Bale, and people are using that. For example, we can take the cave of Sophomore. A lot has been done in that regard. To speak the truth, the Bale people, so the opportunity the people of Bale has got to, they have sacrificed, they made many sacrifices to get this very day. Heroes of General Wako Bultu, they made in struggles. Haji Adam Sado, we had many heroes. So Haji Sak Dadi Tare, so in difficult times, to give equality and justice benefit, so they were struggling to see what we are seeing today. General Hussein Buni also, he was no hero. He was in the forest and in jungle, struggling to see the very change that we are seeing today. You and your government, the government of change, so that you have showed the result we have been struggling for. And I would like to congratulate you on that success. So what they have been struggling for, that have been achieved today. Together with that, the people of Bale zone, the change now we are seeing, the Prime Minister and the government of change, they said that I deliver their gratitude to the government and say thank you very much for that to the Prime Minister and to his government for the achievement that they have got. Next to that, I present my questions as follows. As we know, in the past 3 years, in urban development, many activities have been done. Exemplary activities, for example, and corridor development, and other different activities, and constructing very wide roads, streets, and bicycling lanes, and different parks have been done that have no high standard. Further, riverside projects, and to make our river banks very neat and sanitary areas that are very appreciable. So the change we are seeing in Addis Ababa, it's not only an exemplary, it also brings a question where we have been so far. Further, and President of FDRE, Taye Atske-Selassie, to reduce poverty and increase revenue in 2018, that urban development will be given an attention, and that our people, may benefit from development activities. However, in some regions, in the development activities in connection with corridor, there are complaints. For example, after demonstrations are made, there are delays in reconstruction. That consultation has not been made with the people in connection with the developments. That has brought about a gap in the development understanding and poor leadership of that activity in some areas that are bringing complaints from the people, Your Excellency Prime Minister. And in these corridor activities, these shortfalls, to solve them fully, what is the direction being taken by the government? I would like to hear more on that, to solve those problems and complaints in connection with urban development in some areas. Thank you. Next, Honorable Dr. Najat Girma. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. FDRE, His Excellency Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, that is among us to respond to our question. Our country, there are different ups and downs in our country. To solve those problems and move to the actual prosperity, the country has started many mega projects that has triggered surprises even in among foreign people. So your high-standing leadership skills deserves commendament and gratitude. So I would express that God will be with you and with the Ethiopian government. Now to my question. Your Excellency Prime Minister, in the activities, continuous activities to solve the inflation, in June it was 19%. In 2017, Sane, by reducing 3%, it was 13%. Government employees, improvement, 460% to 6,000. The least, monthly salary to 6,000 birr. For government civil servants, the salary increment is very encouraging. However, Your Excellency, based on that salary increment without any reason, there are price hikes in basic commodities among merchants that are very greedy merchants, that's affecting low-income people and civil servants, that has brought that they suffer under inflation still. So to solve this soaring living standards and control and regulate the lawlessness people, merchants, what the governments are doing in that regard, and I would like to hear more explanation on that. Thank you very much. Next, Dr. Abraham Berta, Honorable Dr. Abraham Berta. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, that Dr. Abiy Ahmed among us to respond to our question. Thank you. My question is as follows. Ethiopia has long-running history of statehood, geostrategy, and endowed with enormous natural resources, but it couldn't confirm and improve the good living condition of its people. So to change the obstacles of our country, though many efforts have been done, but the opportunities that we haven't used them on time, we're still in problems and in conflict, vicious circle and poverty. Therefore, the world in economy, democracy, development, technology, and good governance and other sectors, the other world has left us far away. So to reduce these problems and to create mutual trust among us on these issues and to solve difference in ideas through dialogue and discussion. We have been establishing a national dialogue and doing that. So this national dialogue is hoped to solve long-running problems and then thereby bring sustainable peace and have a democratic country and to create mutual trust among citizens. So the national dialogue can do a lot on that in regional, federal, and different countries among different segments of community. There were discussions, as we understand from the agenda of discussions. So among the results that we expect is improving the electoral process and make correction to our political system in the current year. And the election to be made, that's the 7th national election, and in connection with the national dialogue, that they are coinciding together. So it needs attention that to conduct both of them carefully, that their overlapping may not bring about problems. To the 7th national election, is it to be conducted in the usual way, or we are going to use the ideas and the recommendations that have been brought by the national dialogue? Then are we expecting a new way of election? If it is to be done in a new way, are we to include the new ideas, the new recommendations from national dialogue? Can we complete the election as per the timetable? If the time is not enough, so the national dialogue decisions, are we to ignore the recommendations silently for the coming 5 years? So how we are to match the recommendations from national dialogue and the election, these two big events. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Alma Otagabu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, that is among us to respond to our questions. Thank you. Now I proceed, before I proceed to the question, recently in our country, in the manufacturing, big activities, Borilami Special Industrial Zone, AMG Holding have an opportunity to see these activities. I would like to say a few words about those activities, mainly in the manufacturing sector. For our economic sovereignty is very decisive sector, and we have been able to see that in that visit. And the practical activities to repair the macroeconomic breakage, we have seen that. For example, in one factory, we have seen 7,000 youth workers there, and that factory is generating a lot of foreign currencies for our country, and in knowledge transfer, it's also doing a lot. So I would like to say that and express my reaction. I've been personally surprised by metal, iron, by using iron ore from the country and the smelting that, and mirror production, about 600,000 tons annually. That's being beautifully constructed. That's commendable activity for the leadership of that sector, and I would like to extend my gratitude to our Prime Minister. Now to the question. In the speech of our President in our country, the 7th national election, to make it just, peaceful, free, and that the government is focusing on that and ready to exploit its role. So in our country, government position is to be held by the people election. There are groups who do not believe in that and not ready to accept the voting of the people. those who wish, the forces wishing that, still they are daydreaming. They are using different social media and propagating their bad political intentions, that elections is not to be conducted, that there is no conducive condition. They are spreading that kind of propaganda, as the president expressed in his speech, to make it free and fair election. What the government activities are being done in that regard, and what is expected from the stakeholders, and how to deal with these forces of evils that are spraying, bad propagandas in connection with this. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Shurube Gamadi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our President, the opening speech to the two houses, to respond to the question that we are raised, that His Excellency Prime Minister is among us. Thank you very much. In the speech of the President, in the previous system, the education system, there was no big problem in the quality of education, believing that the government, starting from preschool up until higher education institution, to mend the break in the education quality, that education policy has been designed, and to solve the problem permanently and sustainably, there are activities. However, starting from the lower levels to solve the problem, though it requires no time, in short time, especially the failure of students to improve that, what plans, what strategies, what methods have been designed by the government. In addition to that, to improve education quality and to increase the quality and competence of teachers, what solutions are planned, and to give good training to teachers and to respond to the basic requests and demands of the teachers. I would like to hear more on that from you. Thank you. Next, Honorable Dr. Tawfiq Abdullahi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Abiy Ahmed, October 6, 2025, on the speech delivered by the President to the two houses, opening speech. So the question we are to raise in connection with that speech, that is among us to respond to our question, I would like to extend my gratefulness. I would like to present my question as follows. Currently, the geostrategic stand of our country has been fully changed. We are now proudly standing. So the historic mistake has made us to be out of our sea axis. So sea axis, you, the Prime Minister, in a peaceful way only, and giving and taking principle based on that, you have said that now and then repeatedly. Repeatedly, that has been said repeatedly, our natural and historic rights to get no sea access, so our just rights and by the friendly and neighbors has gotten acceptance, neighboring countries. So the President has said in October speech, Prime Minister, our neighbor Eritrea, the relation, how do you see that the way to get access to the Red Sea? The Shabiat group are spraying or engaged, deployed groups that spread false propaganda on our rights to get access to the sea. Therefore, this sovereignty issue, these terrorist activities, to stop them, Shabia and anti-peace forces to stop their engagement in this regard. Our African brothers and the international community to understand our rights to sea access. I would like to hear more on that. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Dr. Mukonum Golasa. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency Prime Minister that among us to respond to our questions. I would like to thank him. Before I proceed to my question, I would like to give a short comment. Our country, Ethiopia, has a long history. Among these, especially, it has its own alphabet in the calendar, and it has not defended attacks and aggression by enemies, and retained its dignity in the 60s and 70s due to the system followed by leaders, especially in the 73, 74, the hunger, the famine, the value of the country has gone down. Starting from that time, there were efforts, in fact, but Your Excellency Prime Minister, since you have come to the power starting 2018, that fallen dignity and pride of the country is coming back high. We are seeing that, witnessing that. When I'm saying this, especially, there's nothing that harms your dignity like begging. We were begging for wheat, but now we have come to the level that we have produced by ourselves and attained the level we are to export it. So the drought caused the climate change. To make correction to that, the green legacy that we have started is bringing about big changes. In connection with this, then, especially in connection with the corridor development, we in the regional states, when we hear about something better, we were thinking about Addis Ababa, but now these good things and developments have come down to regions. And these are all coming to reality. It's due to the wise wisdom and high-standing leadership of you. So based on that, I would like to extend my gratitude for your good deeds. Thank you very much. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency Prime Minister, in the sixth opening speech by the President, in the speech he made, it's about, the inauguration of the Great Renaissance Dam and projects, mega project that will, like fertilizer factory, in connection with petroleum and natural gas and other plants that we have begun them. You have said, it has mentioned that so far, just like Great Renaissance Dam, I'm confident that we are going to see many more projects in the future based on your leadership competence. Having said this, this Great Renaissance Dam has been successfully completed up by a river. So it was, eroding and taking our soil and gold and giving to neighbors. Now that has been stopped. Though Ethiopia was using a share, so the banks of this river, those who were based on this river and living on it, there are people who are retreated now. In connection with that, we are hearing recently that the dam, and together with the river, about 28,000 hectares project. My question is, Great Renaissance, the people, those who were benefiting from that river, that they are to be impressed by this project and then benefit from it. How are you going to include them, those people? And second, our country is rich in natural resources, minerals. When we go to Benishangul Gumuz, our region, to speak the truth, so if we engage all forces, working force in this activity, it will go beyond the region and benefit the country. Recently, you were in our region and visited the Kurmuk gold factory. We have also seen in television that about 100 million USD project that can be generated by that project. This project is then, so this area is full of natural resources, minerals. There is marble, there is no coal. If we expand them, so the income to be generated shall be high. So the Kurmuk Gold Project, so to expand this idea and this activity in other areas and working on other minerals, what plan is there for your government? Finally, my question is connected with road. As we know, road is no basic. So even if people face problem, so the access will be difficult then. So in connection with road, there are concerns in connection with road. When we visit our constituencies, there are, among the questions raised by the people, one is about the road. But in other areas, road demands no big budget. It may not be possible to respond to them at once, but by prioritizing and giving priorities, we can do that. Why I am raising this question is in 2011 Ethiopian calendar, after you have come to power, when we are visiting our region and discussing with the people, among the questions raised by the people is the road problem. I think based on that, by the direction and leadership you have given, starting from 2012 Ethiopian calendar, in 3 routes, in 12 lots, budget was, set aside, and even in some areas, so the contract winners, but they haven't come to work so far. So in the region, in general, that's in general, when we go, if we take Kamashi zone, Your Excellency Prime Minister, to speak the truth, the 5 wardas, it's only blocked, closed road zone. It has connection with no area, isolated. Therefore, there is one history from the biblical story. I do apologize that I'm going to religious. Abraham, Sodom and Gomorrah, when the sins were a lot, when it's decided that they should be destroyed and demolished, God told to Abraham and said, so among the people to be destroyed, 50 of them are very innocent people. So for the sake of the people, so he asked, the God to save the others for the sake of these 50 innocent people. So among those 50, so he said, even if 5 are good for the other 45, then the mercy of God was given. So the Kamashi people, to speak the truth, in the electricity, 10 years, full 10 years, starting 4 years back. So it has been heard that money has been obtained for substation, but nothing has been done. Road problem for 5 years. So people have no access to go out. It's the same problem with telecommunication. These 3 things are interconnected. Our students, there are we can have leaders from students of today. they need to compete with the students of other areas. They cannot do that. They do have no electricity. They cannot download materials they want. We are in a big problem. So, Your Excellency Prime Minister, to speak the truth, so I would like to ask you, in the name of the people, the Kamashi problem, there, if there is problem, there are innocent people still there who have no problem, who has done nothing wrong. So I would like to say, so if even there is punishment, thank you very much. Dr. Desalegn Chane. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister that is among us to respond to our questions. Next to gratitude, before I go to my questions, I would like to say a few words on the completion of Great Renaissance Dam. The completion of the dam, it is a big victory for Ethiopia. It gives, big geostrategic capacity and power to our country, even if it's late. That it has been completed, it's very delighting. In the PRDF time, many times, like fertilizer project, sugar factory projects, at least this big project that has been completed without non-stop. So personally, that created joy in me. In connection with this, as you know, Your Excellency Prime Minister, in the Abiy Master Plan, so the river, there were 4 cascaded dams as per the plan. The last border dam, there are other 3 dams, at least the second, the up dams, at least the second one. If we start to think about the second project, and at least in your time, just like the Great Renaissance Dam, if we lay foundation for that, so the coming generation may complete it. I would like to tell you to think about that, Now I shall proceed to my question. His Excellency, the President's speech, so it was full of, bright future in the Ethiopians' day-to-day life about security and peace disturbance, inflation and democracy horizons narrowing. That's against his speech. So I would like to say the following 3 main questions regarding this. My questions, I hope that will not take them negatively. So the realities on the ground, the questions of the people, pragmatism, it is pragmatism. It's not about darkness. In my personal life, in political experience, I am an optimist. So I read the questions because they need the appropriate attention and the reaction. The first question in our country, it is on stability and human rights in the country. In the President's speech, integrated and coordinated security in Amara, Oromia, and in other different areas, the wars and conflicts are, they are affecting a lot. His Excellency Prime Minister, as you are the leader of the peace, the security forces in these wars, the civilians affected, in civilians infrastructure. Can you tell us exactly how many of them have been affected? And to solve the security issues, so it has labeled extremists and terrorists. Apart fighting them, is there any other political solution or alternative to solve the problems in these two regions. So Ethiopian people are very tired of conflict. It has become difficult to the people to move in country. So in like Colombia, our country cannot fight inside for 50 years. So in connection with the political and conscience, prisoners, and prisoners give, expedient justice. Though we have asked, there are, extended court appointments, and they are suffering, and their families are suffering. So by the name of rule of law, in the 7th election, it will, what guarantee there from the government that to make that election fair and free? Second, economic condition and soaring living condition. So the government says that inflation is lowering, the living condition is slipping down day by day. So the World Bank's report shows Ethiopia's poverty has come it has become 43%, that it will increase to 43%. So from out of 2 Ethiopians, 1 is in poverty. Therefore, one, the soaring living condition and reduction of poverty, the statistics by the government, and the living condition, the actual living condition of the people. How can you can explain that, the difference of the actual? So the commodity price increase, and to have, not more families to go to poverty and to reduce poverty. What plan is there? Foreign debt, loan, and macroeconomy. For macroeconomic stabilities, there are challenges from domestic and foreign loans. Currently, the country is currently in big debt distress. In G20, there are no sophisticated restructuring is being conducted. Eurobond lenders and debt restructuring that they have been unsuccessful. We have heard that bank and black market that has widening day after day. So seeing these challenges by reducing no social expenditures, how can we relieve from that big burden, debt burden? What activities are being done by the government? The third question is foreign relation and about sea access. Red Sea access, the government is saying that as sovereignty, and it is not directing all its effort to the Red Sea access instead of solving the internal problems. So by diverting the people's attention from internal problem and shifting it to the Red Sea access, so based on the weight of internal problems, so this, instead of shifting to the foreign issues, what if it gives similar focus and attention to the interior condition and bring about sustainable peace within the country? So national interest and any efforts, I do accept them personally, but the way the government is leading that, there are pots, 10 pots on the fire by the government, and it's doing nothing effective, even one-on-one. There was no activities to renew roads. There was no contract with Somaliland, Tajura port with Djibouti. There, Somalia, there was no Ankara peace negotiation. No tangible results so far. Yesterday, Tajura port, I have heard that Saudi has taken by lease the Tajura port. They are now after us. Now with Eritrea, it appears that we are at the eve of war with Eritrea. In the two countries, it appears that the international community is now reporting that there is preparation for war on both sides. there is also no big tension with Tigray forces. So, Prime Minister, why don't we learn from past mistakes? So how long we have to continue as a country and destroy our people in generations of conflicts? So by farsightedness, through negotiation and discussion, how can we solve peaceful, legally, and in principle of giving and taking that of Eritrea? And I would like to ask that. Thank you. Next. Mohamed Kope, Honorable Mohamed Kope. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The opening speech of the President, based on that speech, that you are among us to respond to our questions, that FDRE, His Excellency Dr. Prime Minister Ahmed is among us. I would like to thank him. As we know, so the opportunity, the identity, that it never gives up and surrender to enemy, that is the symbol of our country, to successfully complete all conflicts. So the valuable civilization, history-rich Ethiopia, with your far and deep thinking and the unity of strong children, it has begun to move to a bright future. So long political problems, now it is on the right development track, and that hidden potentials and resources are coming. So our bright future and prosperity is coming very quickly to the surface. In this regard, Ethiopian people, labor, finance, tear and blood, the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, the Great Renaissance, the Grand Renaissance Dam, it has been completed. If we are, summed up, if we come together, if we listen to each other and hold hands and give priority to the interest of the country, it has shown and we're living witness that we can do everything. This success, the joy that has triggered within us, the motivation, is warming our heart. So on the mat there, the mega project being there, physically there, and prosperity foundation in every area, so positive narrations and strengthen our togetherness and hope triggering. So the coming up of our country, leap forward, that has no very big value. In this regard, the parliament members in the current visit, Boli Lami visit, industry park, modern factories that are functional, Dr. Abdul Hakimson of AMG Holdings, multifaceted economic activities, the activities you have seen there. It's surprising, the industrial revolution, together with other activities, it is taking our country, and it's a living witness that we are going to a new chapter. In fact, under your leadership in government and those citizens who are working diligently for the success of their country, the change we are seeing, creating not only bright hope, it is not tangible result. However, those who couldn't see these fruits and results, that are not blinded by jealousy, those fish who are in sea but dry, those are not by animosity and jealousy, fishes that cannot get wet even in sea. So the change result that are appreciated by the world and couldn't see that. So it amounts to shelling by 2 hands the sun. Those who are, in vain and purposeless. There is a saying that those who have not washed their eyes by salts and propagating false propagandas on different. Now I shall move to my question. In 2018 Ethiopian calendar, the government focus direction in the government 6.8 growth has been planned as per the speech. Farming, food security, in industry inputs provision, in employment, and in replacing export commodities and expediting export. It has a big role and contribution. So being aware of this, the government is giving this special attention to this. Basically, in the agricultural production and productivity, soil fertility, and soil health should be improved. We have to treat soil. However, in the highland and rainy areas of the country, though they are not suitable for farming due to acidity of the soil, their production and productivity is declining from time to time. Therefore, Your Excellency Prime Minister, in 2018 Ethiopian calendar current year, in the focus direction, in the soil fertility, and to treat acidity and to problem that has not been clearly said, I would like to say, what is the plan to do this? In addition to this, to move from aid receiver to productivity and ensure food sovereignty, what is the status of the accomplishment, the performance so far in that regard? Food security. Thank you very much. Next, Honorable Gannat Bete. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Prime Minister that is among us to respond to our questions. Thank you for that. I shall present my question briefly as follows. In the health sector, based on prevention and curative policy, we are following that policy, prevention and curing. There are many activities that are being done in this sector. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency, pharmaceutical provision and administration, and medicines and rising prices. To solve this problem permanently, what is the plan of the government? Thank you very much. The soaring price of medications. Next, Johannes Masfen, Honorable Johannes Masfen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency Prime Minister, that is here among us to respond to the questions from the House. Thank you. I shall read out my question as follows. In His Excellency President, in his speech in the past times, infrastructure development were not accessible, so that was not affected our economic growth. In our country, infrastructure has two goals. One goal is to expedite economic growth. The other is to improve the living condition and modernizing the living condition of the people, the citizens. Your Excellency Prime Minister, in the project accomplishment, in the past years of change, though there are many big changes, but what we have inherited from the past is still there. There are issues that need attention. Roads, irrigation, potable water, electricity and telecommunication accessibility should be focused on. Especially those have been started but has not been completed in time and lagging due to different conditions and disappointing the people. So regarding that, is there any direction that is set by the government to solve those issues? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, Honorable Nagase Bayisa. Thank you, Speaker. His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, that is among us, to respond to the question raised by the members on the opening speech of the President on the 2018 focus direction. Thank you. You are here to respond to those questions. My question is as follows. In our country, technical and vocational schools, in skills, knowledge, and technology creation, and to create competent manpower, and realizing digital Ethiopia, to make them institutions that are capable to do that. So the President has said that in his speech. Your Excellency Prime Minister, our country's technical and vocational colleges, to make them to meet international standards and move to industrial sector and create manpower, competent manpower that are even capable in other countries. All colleges to bring them to same levels and enable them to become, income generating. What activities are there to increase the capacities? Those citizens who have got employment opportunity overseas, so to follow up their security and well-being while they are working there. So the President has said in his speech that the government will take care of those citizens who are abroad for works within the country, locally, to give employment opportunity within the country and enable citizens to benefit from that. What plans are there and directions are there from the government? Thank you very much. Employment opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Yasusala. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As per Article 71 Constitution and regulation of the House, FDR President, October 6, the opening speech he made to both two houses, and the speech made that shown, the plan and the direction of the year following that speech, to respond to the questions that are to be raised by the members of the Parliament, and to explain the stand of the government that Prime Minister is among us. I would like to thank him. Ethiopia, Abiy River and Red Sea. Red Sea is between Abiy River and Red Sea. Starting from Aksum Dynasty, our past history shows that its development and failure is closely connected with two waters. So the government to take the country to these two waters, especially to bring back to the Red Sea access, and that has started activities in that regard. And the results being obtained are very hope-triggering, and that has been included in the speech of the President. This just questions of the country against this, there are propaganda that say Ethiopian government is to go to war, and that it's wrong to attack neighboring countries, and that the government is to create agenda. Ox has given offspring, the enemies who talk about that. So messengers to the enemies are still there. Therefore, Prime Minister, in this area, to Ethiopian people and to the neighboring countries and to the international community, I would like you to give additional explanation on that. Thank you very much. Questions from the members to give an explanation and answer. I'll give the opportunity to the Excellency Prime Minister to respond to the questions. Honorable Speaker, Honorable MPs, Your Excellency, President Taye Selassie, in this year's performances, main focus areas on the speech he has made, the questions raised on that, and to respond to those that have got an opportunity to respond to them, I would like to thank you too. First, Honorable House, Honorable Speaker, 2017 Ethiopian calendar last year, in Ethiopian history, and history turning points, we have not succeeded in so many big issues. Those were not thought to be possible. We have seen that they have been realized, accomplished. That what we have, the commitment we have made, what we have promised have been accomplished. Success, major success. That was a year of success that we have together celebrated. I would like to say to all of you, congratulations for those big successes. The questions raised, before I respond to the question, I would like to talk on Ethiopian homegrown agenda, economic, the objectives of that agenda and the results obtained. I shall bring them in short. As you all remember, Ethiopian economy, it was following policy that agricultural-led economy. Though it was not wrong, but for economies like Ethiopia, to depend and rely on one sector's leader, that will not take us quickly from the poverty we are in. We need diversified actors. And we believe that we should follow different way. That policy has become highly fruitful. You all understand that. From agricultural-led economy, make agriculture as one sector and making industry the second, and mining the third sector, and tourism the fourth sector, and technology the fifth sector, and other sectors without forgetting other. These five sectors, interconnected sectors, if they lead the Ethiopian economy, we believe that they can change quickly the Ethiopian economy. Agriculture can produce and provide input for industry. Mining is input for industry. And industry is machine created that exploit agricultural activity. Mining technologies made by industry. So industry can serve all of them. It will bring very radical change, and it's bringing about tangible changes. The multi-actors, government is one economic moving force, not alone, together with private sector, not alone, together with the people, together with civic societies, partners, and expedite Ethiopian development in different directions, especially public-private partnership. That idea, it's at idea level. Public-people partnership by government level, it has been given clear direction after the change of the government. The public-people partnership, though Ethiopia has succeeded in many things, just to mention one of them, the Green Legacy activity in the past year, in 2017 Ethiopian calendar, as you have heard from the report, 48 billion seedlings has been made by Ethiopia. This is the biggest afforestation in the world. 48 billion seedlings. If we assign $1 from planting time up until end, $48 billion Ethiopia has invested for the climate change. So investing this big amount of money, Ethiopian government alone, it cannot succeed alone. Ethiopian government can, together with private sector, it cannot succeed without partners. No country, even by loan or aid, cannot be provided by any donor. But more than 25 million Ethiopians every year, relentlessly, by sacrificing their labor and time, that amount of resource, the work that could need that amount of money, together with the coordination of the government, the people, we have succeed. Public-people partnership is creating a capacity to do such mega activities. In general, in addition, in some homegrown agenda, it requires multi-actors to lead it, multi-actor, that this policy is right. This is what we have been ensured and shown that this is right through practice. In the reform, main activities and objectives, among these are, one objective is macroeconomic, solving macroeconomic disturbances. That was no long-standing. The government, when there was no change, it has inherited that wrong macroeconomy and big debt. To solve that, one of its objectives. The second is trade and investment area improvement, to modernize it using technology and improving environment and making suitable for investment. The third objective, increasing productivity of sectors, increasing their competitiveness capacity, not only productivity, to make them competent in market and bring about adequate wealth, and increase our capacity to perform as government, as people. Our capacity should be improved. And the other objective is, the fifth is sustainable finance system and quality growth, ensuring quality growth. If not commercial loan, but just like corridor development, big activities without obtaining no loan from abroad, by using Ethiopian capacity, own capacity, by working day and night and changing the country as it is possible. So the development that is based on commercial loan, to do away with that. So the reform objectives were this. What results have been obtained? Regarding the results, first, one of economic breakage is revenue. To improve revenue, there is there is stream committee led by Prime Minister. Many activities have been done, though it is not capacity, but big change have been achieved. Ethiopian government revenue has improved. So when the government changed, it was 170 billion. Now we are expecting this 1 trillion revenue. Second, improving export capacity. Later I shall say it in figures. Export has been changed positively. But to say it in simple terms, before two years back, before reform, in 2016, the full year export amount as compared to this year, the first 4 quarters has been export equivalent to 1 year export. So this short, the reform has shown tangible result. Regarding debt, Ethiopia is in a big debt, that's true. But as compared, in comparison, it's good to see it in figures. In Ethiopia, in Africa, first, second, third, there are first, they have more debt burden as compared to Ethiopia. One country, one has 300 billion, the second is 177 billion debt, and in neighboring countries, more than 78 billion debt. But ours it's not more than 23 billion USD. So in comparison, it's not very terrifying. But what makes it is the way we have received loan. It was no commercial loan. It is in short time. It's a system that requires no big interest. Our question that loan condition should be restructured. That's on our request, our demand. In G20 countries, common framework, when we are negotiating Ethiopian commercial loan to change it to concessional loan. That was so due to the reform, 4 to 4.5 billion USD debt restructure has been done. This is a big success. This is the reform's result. Ethiopia has no problem in repaying debt. Before the reform, there was no fear that we may face, because we have made successful negotiation. No problem in administering our loan. Regarding Eurobond, others are agreeing in common framework, but the lenders, as the Ethiopian export is increasing, as your economic is increasing, they said that we don't need to be there. They have exaggerated our growth. They said you can repay, they said, and still we are negotiating on that. And our request is to have all loans in common framework and restructure them. Therefore, that's why 4 to 4.5 billion USD. It's confirmed. There are remaining negotiations. So loan controlling, governing it is the concern of the House. That's right. That's why the reform government, for the last 7+ years, no dollar have been obtained through commercial loan. We are very strong and have a strong stand on that, because we want to correct to Ethiopian debt burden. No single dollar in commercial loan. And we are doing these mega projects without no commercial loan. If you remember the reserve before the reform, the reserve was declining. Now after reform, it has increased more than 10 times. Ethiopian reform is more than 10 times because we have been able to lead successful reform. Employment has been improved. General growth last year and this year, there are big growths in the country. 4-5 only years through which Ethiopia has grown. So Ethiopia is growing and growing this in that way. This has been achieved through the reform. For indirect investment to improve that, many activities have been done by the name of investment gathering. Those notes, we have focused on capable individuals and companies. Many investments are pouring to Ethiopia. Within country investors, local investors, to enable them to invest their capital successfully, and we are seeing results. Ease of doing business, automated systems. So based on the results we have obtained, those WTO stagnant accession process is moving forward in high speed in every measurement. Ethiopian economic reform breakage has been repaired, expedient repair. It's very surprising in every eyes evaluation and measurement. Regarding agriculture, in the past year, it was 7.3% growth. The sector alone, 7.3 sector, the sector alone. But last year's growth, agriculture has 2.3% share in the GDP growth. 2.3. Maybe in this way, when we say it in figures, as everybody may not understand equally, let's take fuel production for comparison as an example. For example, in 2010 Ethiopian calendar, right after the reform, Ethiopian rice production, it was 1.5 million quintals. In Ethiopia, there was no Rus Fogana area. It was there, but as a country, it was 1.5 million quintals annually. Last year, it was 63 million quintals. Honorable House, 1.5 million and 63 million quintals. If we compare, if this is less, then I leave the judgment to you. Second, wheat. Right after the reform, Ethiopia was producing 47 million quintals annually. 47 million. As you all know, every year we were using 1 billion USD. Regions were taking quota budget allotment for wheat purchase. We were distributing for police, for defense as ration. But last year, we have produced more than 280 million quintals of wheat. 47 million and 280 million quintals. How many folds are there? You can see it. This wheat production is because we do want it, but there are many tiresome activities that have been done through coordination of government and farmers. Let's take coffee. Coffee, right after the reform, it was 4.5 million quintals annually. We exported, it was 700,000 USD, the largest export revenue. Last year, 11.5 million quintals we have produced. In Ethiopia consumption, as people grows, population growth is increasing, the consumption is high. There is high consumption of copper. It covered that. $2.5 billion export revenue has been obtained. $700,000 and 2.5 billion USD dollar. Nobody will find it difficult to understand the difference. The agriculture result and LEAP, even it's not comparable to the agriculture later time. We have obtained big results. We extend our gratefulness to extension workers and farmers of our country. Second, in industry by itself, it has increased 13% growth. But last year's GDP growth, industry share, it was 3.7%. It has a big share last year, as you have said. Industry activity, hope-creating activity, mining, in GDP growth from 0.1%, it has increased to 1% GDP. It's a big increment. Before now, when we were talking about industry government, we are talking about construction sector. But this year, we are talking about mining sector and manufacturing. They are part of industry now. Construction is there stagnant, but they have changed. 3.7 GDP share is mining, energy, and manufacturing. That is the change from these three sectors. So there is transition from manufacturing. There is tangible result. Service, 3.1% GDP contribution. That by itself, it has increased 7.5. In general, the last year's growth, as compared to, we can take it better growth this year, no doubt. Our growth shall go to double digit. Regarding projects, many results have been achieved. I would like to discuss some of them later. The corridor, rural area, urban settings. In this reform, due to this reform, Ethiopian Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, bond, what we call bond, the bad practices and loan burden, 900 billion USD, So the commercial bank of Ethiopia have been saved from that. So this honorable house, if you discuss with the institution by itself, and from what abyss we have saved it. If the commercial bank is demolished and so Ethiopian sector will be damaged. So we have saved it. In the past year, the growth we have last year, for the first time, Ethiopia has received no loan from National Bank. This has resulted in the inflation. Without taking no loan from any loan from the National Bank, so it is creating a stand that is development financing. A lot of finance have come in total. Ethiopian reform, we who have led the reform and international partners, beyond they think and beyond they expect, we have achieved success. It is a work activity that can be a lesson to other countries. World Bank and other institutions may say it in their meetings. If you don't listen to the news of this change, but if you are hearing when there is World Bank says Ethiopian poverty has increased, you have to listen to this in a balanced way. That is helpful. Regarding foreign currency acquisition, the Honorable House, I would like to tell to Ethiopia, in Ethiopian history, for the first time, export of goods, export of service, more than export of service, for the first time in history. In the past year, export of goods, it attracted 8.3, and the service 8.1. So it has changed its rank. If goods increase, it showed that it is strengthening our commodity export. Remittance, 7.4 billion USD. Foreign direct investment, more than 4 billion USD. In many sectors, import substitution, success has been made. Billions of dollars have been saved. So in total, last year in history, we have obtained the largest foreign revenue, and the reserve have increased more than tenfold. This is tangible, obvious, clear, and visible change and growth. As before, it's not increment in figures. You can smell it. The growth can be smelled when you walk in the city. Those who have good eyes can see and witness that through sight. Those who have good ears, through auditory detection. So Ethiopian growth is an example for whole Africa. No doubt about this. Either your eyes, either your nose, it is visible, sensible. Regarding Ethiopian growth, so this is what is spoken by any passerby. Anybody can see it. This is not to say that Ethiopia's growth is complete. There are concerns. If we make efforts to make change, that is still. But we have to admit and see, accept what is visible and tangible. Regarding inflation, a year ago, before reform here in this house, we given different anti-pains as the disease couldn't serve. As I said that it requires surgical intervention. So I said that regarding inflation, we have not dealt effectively. Accordingly, the reform we have done and the holistic approach we have followed, our inflation to bring an end into the inflation, it is holistic. That makes it different. So countries where we have gone to get experience, one of them, inflation is one of their problems. reform and inflation to take together is difficult. Here, surprisingly, inflation in the past 20 years, from the millennium, the increasing rate of inflation is now down. The reason is the supply side. In the agriculture, we have done a lot. The supply side, we have worked on the supply side. That has brought about stability in market. That has helped. Second, market linkage, what we have called Sunday market. We have tried to create thousands of markets. This is a new experience in Ethiopia to bring together producers and consumers. The third is subsidy. In the past year, for the safety net, we have given 60 billion for fertilizer, 84 billion. We have given that subsidy for fuel, 140 billion for fuel. For salary, 160 billion this year, billion subsidy increment. Total 440 billion subsidy. This means when the reform started, it was more than Ethiopia's annual budget before the reform. There was no budget of this size. So sharing this experience to reduce inflation, student feeding, school feeding, those low-income families who couldn't give breakfast to their children, that has helped a lot. Our monetary policy also the same. Adding up all this month, October 2025, inflation, it is 11.7, down to 11.7%. Food items inflation, non-food items 14.2%. In total, 11.7%. Starting from the reform time, this is the lowest inflation rate. This is big achievement. This macro results, if we halt, we have to appreciate the success and work to fill in the remaining one. That's helpful, I think. If we take, what people have, suffered a lot through their sweat, through their labor. So we have to value the efforts of people and value the achievements made. We have to appreciate. From 11.5 together, we shall work together to make it below 10% and make it single digit. But we can take the success commendable. There are some questions in connection with mining. I'm getting old. In connection with mining, especially in our office, that has given leadership directly from our office to mention them. Mining is responding to the reform, and GDP grows 1% share, and we expect more increment this year. Natural gas, fuel, petroleum, fertilizer. When we begin in Somali region, natural gas, 21 trillion cubic feet gas reserve. That has been confirmed by third party, not by us. In one area, 21 trillion cubic feet. That's very big reserve, big resource. This resource, why we couldn't use in the past? We should regret that, but now we should act fast and use it. It's expected from all of us. About crude oil, we have big reserve, and that has been confirmed by third party. These confirmations, after we have taken this, so the laziness, the tardiness we had, when people say natural gas, people take license for that. After they take license, They don't work. Most license receivers are, brokers. They are not developers. They are brokers. This is only in gas. This problem is also in gold. So what is seen in cabinet is license issue. There is exploration license that's given by an institution. Many people, that way, they receive license. They look for investors, and the activity will not start. They don't engage in the work, and therefore, 2 years back, gas project contractor couldn't do it successfully. We have had government discussion, China and Ethiopia. So government, there are GCG group, Golden Concord group, Chinese company. In that area, agreed to develop in the first phase. In 14 months, the first phase has been completed. In 14 months, not only completing that, it has made clear that we can't mentality and the energy and hope to start the second phase. We have begun the phase 2, and we shall complete it after 24 months, and we shall declare to this House that we have completed the second phase after 24 months. There is nothing that we begin and not complete. That's known. Refinery, petroleum refinery. In addition to the gas phase 2, it is the second project. We shall complete it also in 24 months. 1,000 megawatt energy shall be completed in less than a month. And we shall do it in liquefaction of gas, natural gas in short time. This gas and refinery project, it shall help us to save a lot of resource. It has impact on logistics. It has impact on energy. It can be input for different sectors or activities. The biggest export, expense is, petroleum, and the second is fertilizer. If we save these two, we can save a lot of resource, a lot of wells. The second is the gas, the natural gas is input for fertilizer. It's for energy. For logistics of food, price increment is logistic. If we reduce the price, transportation cost, transportation fare, it has enough impact on the food price. And this, we shall follow track and step by step and succeed in it. Dangote, together with Ethiopian EIH, Ethiopian Investment Holding, the fertilizer factory, it produces 13 million quintals urea fertilizer. Dangote is very known, famous, is very well-disciplined capital owner. This person not only producing, he also wants to be part of Ethiopian development. In addition to fertilizer, there are planned activities, other activities. One, it's not on the way we use fertilizer is also contributing to reduction of production for maize, for coffee, for rice. We use, DAP. We don't examine, what chemical is missing. Jimma soil and Hararge soil, Bale soil and Gojame soil, they may not need equal fertilizers. But which soil and how much, the amount of fertilizer we are to use, we don't know that. We are working on creating virtual lab and identify for each production type, for each soil type, how much fertilizer, how percent urea, how percent DAP. So we are working on that, and this is part of this project, and we shall do that. The second one is packaging. The problem in fertilizer is packaging issue. We are losing a lot of resources. It is imported as soil. and we park it while on ship. We park ship and then park it. We work on that for days and weeks. That is costly. It's not only that. So there is no extravagance, no, it's fall down and pour. So successful packaging we are working on. So we should need which fertilizer is goes into which area. There shall be barcode, and to reduce contraband of fertilizers on the way. This is part of the project also. The third is transportation. So as trucks we are going to use shall be run by natural gas, we can take it to the farmer's family house. There is no pipeline stretching. The packaging, the soil study, 1,000 megawatt energy, and refinery. When we are all this, the infrastructures, there are other infrastructure. We have, it requires $10 billion investment. This is not the amount that we are to search for. Africa and outside Africa finance have made commitment and have shown desire to do that. There shall be no finance problem, and we can do it in time. The second is Bishoftu Airport. Bishoftu Airport, the design work has been completed. Consultant has been hired, but there are issues in connection with finance. Farmers, when they are displaced, the way we are to handle their issue had its own problem before. To avoid that, before starting the project, when farmers are displaced without disrupting their life, to give them alternative living area and alternative lifestyle. We have done a very proud, triggering success. If farmers are happy, so the airport there shall have multiple advantages. Currently, Ethiopia is so far using for foreign flights Bole International Port, as Bole is in Addis Ababa, as it's high altitude. So a place. So that doesn't enable airplanes to get enough fuel. So the Washington destined, it should transit in Dublin and refuel. So the area we have chosen will avoid all those problems. So continuous flights are possible. No transit then. You can guess, the cost is going up and more than 100. So we are expecting more than 100 million passengers in a year. It shall be the first airlines and the first airport in Africa. So in Ethiopia, in the coming time, in the air transportation, it will act hub as an Africa and connect other Africans and succeed in that wish. After the reform, so many expansion works have been done in Bole. About 20 million passengers can use, but it cannot go beyond that unless we get ready, as we cannot make an expansion beyond this. To avoid that, the new airport shall support Ethiopian economy highly, and Ethiopia, connecting Ethiopia to other world, and we shall invest 10 billion USD. The third is housing. Every Ethiopian to make house owner to think and to work on that. It's difficult to work on that, but even that's not possible in America. What's possible is every person at least to get rental house to his or her capacity. Each and every citizen cannot get 500 square meters of land for house owner. At least member of parliament, when they move from place to place, so to enable them to not to search for rental problems. The problem is even you cannot get rental house, and if you get it's very expensive. To solve that problem sustainably and to reduce the burden of cost of living, That will help. We are planning to construct 1.5 million units in the coming 6 years. The work has not begun now. As you said earlier, apart from ore in iron production, if we get scrap or ore, we have enough factories in Ethiopia to smelt Ethiopian iron. They are capable to do that. So the problem is to get the ore, cement, to improve cement production. We know in Lammi factory we are making expansions. Glass mirror that is to be inaugurated this year. That will more or less cover Ethiopian need. It is a private investor, and this for housing construction will be good input. Granite, marble, woodworks, sofa works, doors and windows. There are big preparation works. Technology also. We have factories that work on houses. 4 or 5 house samples are to be made. Honorable House, when the work is not complete, you shall visit there. G+3 factory made. That will be completed in less than 1 month's time. It will be produced by factory, the parts, and then assembled. And we are importing factories to work on that. We have been doing these extensive preparations. We have not put proclamation or wish. We have been doing preparation. When we think that is possible, then we declare the good news to the people. 1.5 million units, each unit in a chip. If we think that it costs 2 million, more than 3 trillion investment will be required. 3 trillion, as per GDP of Ethiopia, it's 20%. It's a big work. Ethiopia sold fertilizer from natural gas, Bishoftu Airport. They are game changers. They have never thought in Ethiopia and never attempted $30 billion investment. No government in Ethiopian history. This is game changer. Millions of youth will get employment opportunity. Productivity will increase. If that study of fertilizer will increase, the Ethiopian productivity will at least increase by double. Our fertilizer usage is very low. There are countries that use 80 kilograms per hectare. We use 10 kilograms per hectare. When we improve that, productivity will increase. Then further for each soil plot, each type, the suitable fertilizer, the production capacity will change. These 3 projects, honorable parliaments and the Ethiopian people, if we succeed in completing that, the future opportunity and the coming generation, they will be very decisive. In connection with this, the project that stopped, sugar project, sugar factory, the standing committee that is following. I would like to state that the committee should follow up this. So after the reform, Wenji factory, they were unable to pay the salary of the employees. But after reform, they have also started production of Desta candy that stopped long ago. So now they have become profitable. Some factories, it's political decision. Some factories are not in a suitable place where there are no adequate water, adequate soil. Through hasty decision on the wrong places. So we have to think and maybe stop those factories. So the standing committee, I would like to stress, to urge them to follow up. So we have to take this very seriously. Regarding corridor development, the main idea after this, it is to change our attitude towards space and time. A person who doesn't understand time and space. Society who cannot understand time and space cannot be efficient, effective. We beautify salon and making dirty our backyards. That's our experience. Our salon is full of sofas. That culture is very dangerous. Space and time, we need to use that as we share them, as we live them. We have to be knowledgeable about them and keep them clean.
Attitude change.
We need big, this has brought attitudinal change. Every development, as I've said time and again, creativity has also destruction. Without destruction, we cannot make. A person plowing by oxen, when tractor comes, there is practice that should be dropped. In cities, people urinating on the streets. When toilets and latrines are constructed, that will stop. So there are cultures to be changed. So tradition and habits is difficult to break with, but corridors. It is big capacity, creativity, and changing living style. If you have seen like me, when I go here and there, when I see Ethiopians what they are creating, I am surprised that we have this capacity. There are no riverside projects. If we see, we are doing by ourselves. This is able to bring, to emerge many capacities. As I said last year, more Ethiopian people, male population, African Cup, whenever they see African Cup, they are very jealousy. They say that they are back in the football. We have constructed 1,000 more than mini stadiums in Addis Ababa. What does that mean? We have taken children from eating chat and bring them from physical activity. We are bringing them from using tobaccos and bringing them to activity. Some fathers and seniors after work together with their friends before they were going to draft house. Now they have started playing football in teams. So people are being detached from drinking drafts and alcohols. Father and child and his son, grandfathers and his grandchildren are together now, enjoying on the streets. So family togetherness is increasing, especially middle income families, those who are confined to compounds and watching films and games. Those who are detached and away from Ethiopian culture and practice, now they are coming. Corridor is making societies. I don't think I need to speak a lot to explain to the House. These fields in the coming 10 years, Ethiopian football team will have no good players. Because if the youth gets no space to play with, they are capable. Before we were harvesting what we have not sown. Now we are sowing the seeds, and we shall see the result. This will change. This is treating the psychology of generation, seeing, cleansing. That psychological break is being healed whenever we go to other countries. So we're coming back to the dark Addis Ababa. Whenever we go to other countries, now proudly, we are proud of backing and see our city. This is something that's said by everybody. What is in Addis Ababa, the development in Addis Ababa? It's not a problem to explain. The difficult has become not to answer to the question, people asking how you managed to do this in this short period of time. If you want to see this, north area, if you go to Bahardar, if they say, you can see the work that has begun. We have also in Waldia, but just to say the main one, If you go to the eastern part of the country, Jigjiga, you may see Harar, Dredawa, Maya, you can see that. Harar city, it has a capacity to attract many tourists. You know Harar people, how friendly they are. The corridor development is attracting many people. We don't have still enough hotels. We shall do that. But the corridor work, things has changed. Many tourists are going there. If you go to south, Hawassa, Arba Minch, Hosanna, Robe, the activities we have started there in the other cities. If you go to west, Jimma, Nekamt, Ambo, and other cities, many cities are activities. There are creativity, creation, inventions. If about Bali, to the question, I have accepted all, but I would like to make correction to one idea. Bali people, he said no, that Bali to extend gratitude to Bali. That's wrong. We are too grateful to the Bali people. But more than 2,000 hectares national park. So the hero people, we are to thank the people. Why they should thank us? That's for us. To conserving that is unthinkable. They have done a lot. They are very gentle people. They don't destroy common properties, common resources. The delicious wildlife. Why don't we see in other places? Bali people are very surprising people. They have endowed with blessed resource. There is no resource like Bali in other places. So we have done nothing in Bali. So we have to thank the Bali people for conserving that resource in this problem. The second is Sovomar cave. Ethiopians, Honorable House, through intellectuals to get there and do research and see what's going on there. I request that. So former cave, that cave, heroic Ethiopian ancestors, based on nature, and we are tiresome work. They have done it, but Ethiopians, so they want to downgrade it. They said it, cave created by water. It's not just created by water. As history shows, Sophomar cave, so Sophomar together with the people, he diverted water. So the joining point is very, very surprising. Up until Somalia, the cave goes long distance. So during Italy invention, it suffered a lot of damage. People say outside Sophomar, there are also, the caves are visible, but we have been listening to and heard that it was made by water. It has hole in it. It has no prayer location or area. This Bali cave is also in the northern part of the country, but sad enough. So what I want Ethiopian people and the house to understand. So Ethiopian and not Ethiopia, world's civilization begins with stone. Slaughter by stone, construct by stone. All knowledge were not from stone. So human being had no close relationship with the stone. So all creativities and advancement were closely related. Pyramid. But one was devaluing what has done by the other. What I think as a beginning, sophomore cave, when I see it by my own eyes, though nature has created, I have understood that there is no element of human hands. I have asked and understood from others. But one evidence is history. Aksum obelisk, the Ethiopian people then, the way they met, they show the relationship between human being and the stone. So there was no crane who was capable of lifting that stone. Lalibela, single rocks, round home, church. It shows deep knowledge and the capacity to communicate with the stone. No technology then during that time. When the cave from Sokota to Aksum underground, in many areas we can find in Ethiopia, if we go to Alalakela, 47, 48 years, every generation was contributing 7 years. The fence shows the close relationship and link between human being and the stone. The other evidence in Quran and in Bible, it has been mentioned. In Quran, human being has dig hills and mountains and live there, and house within mountains. In the Bible also, Solomon so to construct the house that couldn't be by Dev, 80,000 people to bring rock from mountains, hired people. He had hired to lay them, and the other, masoneries. 150,000 for one church construction, to bring that to construct the church by many people. So communicating with stone with so many people. That's also a practice in other countries, in Egypt, pyramid, in other countries. We don't know that history, we don't conserve it, we don't improve it. The others are working films on that and making an investment. We have forgotten, but Bali people has conserved it. But on behalf of by this house, I would like to extend my gratefulness to the Bali people for conserving that. So please visit Bali when you get the opportunity. I would like to invite you to visit there. You to visit, because if you go anywhere in the world, US, China, or Europe, in one place, you can't see what is in Bali in one place. As you know, I've been to different parts and tried to see. No, you can't. So we are taking down what we have. We don't value it. If we come from, so let's leave and move to Bali. Let's move to Bali. Regarding projects, especially Benishangul area question, you know the problem, you understand it. So there is no problem with us beginning and completing projects. But in Ethiopia, the extent of works and the capacity for completing of the government, this extensive work, project by nature, it's a child by fireside. If your eyes are away, the child may go into the fire. It requires no attentive follow-up. So the capacity and the extent of the projects cannot go together. So there is limitation to think that it's our own property and work on that. I would like you to know the extent of the issue, the work in Benishangul area. In Ethiopia, the first gold factory is in Benishangul Gumuz. The first and the biggest dam is in Africa is in Benishangul. And there are many activities going on there in Benishangul Gumuz. Benishangul is a rich region. It's enough for itself and for the country. There are extensive, wide works. There are many road projects. For example, Asosa to Guba, you know it. We have begun that road, Kamashi area, there was problem there. Due to that, there was lagging, delays. We shall give attention and work on it. When Benishangul Gumuz region changes, Ethiopia changes. The problem is, we don't see the work we are doing. Jealousy is good, but that jealousy should be positively. There is work here. It won't see its work, but it see the others. That's beneficial and so harmful. So it will motivate us to work like others. But the other way it will be a problem. But for your understanding, in Ethiopia, 346 road projects are underway in Ethiopia. 346 projects. Not me. Ethiopian Road Authority Administration. If they want to visit one project each day, they can see one project in a year. That's difficult. Many projects are there. 1.5 trillion birr. It costs that 26,000 kilometers is being done by regions, by federal government, not regions. In all these activities, there is no spending. There is laziness. There is reasons, excuses, conflicts. There is no government, no follow-up. There's so many complaints can be there. But to do complete, unless we are all equally diligent, given the magnitude of the work, for example, light, electricity generation, transmission and distribution lines, if we take these three, electricity alone, it requires, we have $1.4 billion project, 1.5 billion euro project, 1.4 is dollar, 1.5 is euro, 110 billion projects, million projects, 1.4 billion, 1.5 billion, 110 billion projects. Each of them wind and dam hydro to control and follow up. It has its own problem. So what's visible can be done. What's not, they can be delayed. There's no capacity limitation. There are many small mini dams that are being done by regions, by federal government only, medium size and large. 210 billion costing 14 projects are being constructed. The work is very wide. It's very big. There can be also gaps. We have to examine it and make corrections. So we go to different regions and visit, not to have forgotten activities. So the government is not weakness free. There are gaps in my government, but there is a tradition, culture of beginning and completing. My government is the first of its kind. So the strengths will be further improved and continue, and weakness will be corrected. And we shall use also supporters and inputs. So when opposition parties give this kind of comments, that's helpful. We take it as input. Regarding aid taking, it shows it's cancer that kills capacity to work. If we are aid dependent, if the hand that can do are extended not to beg, that's disease. I think that is also planned by the government to create beggar community. Maybe begging community may not demand his right. It's right. I think that's why the previous government did that. Especially recently, when we discussed with some politicians, so the development that we have achieved is good, they say, but they said if peace is there, we could have done a lot more, they say. While peace is important, my answer was Tigray in the past 30 years as compared to Ethiopia. It had no better peace in Ethiopia. during the time of EPRDF, it had better peace as compared from Ethiopian 83 up until there was no problem for 30 years. In 30 years, in Tigray people, it couldn't be free from begging for wheat. It's not only peace then. It needs to work. If you don't work, peace cannot bring it alone. We need peace. But in addition to peace, we need to work. If we don't work, no result. Tigray was peaceful for 30 years. If it's still waiting for wheat aid, then peace alone will not be meaningful. Therefore, that's why whole time wheat, corona is killer, poverty is killing. That's why we engaged in plowing lands. Bounty of basket, forestation, fruits. We have also started dates. We have also so many production types. It will take time. This will help us to detach ourselves from aid receiver. Ethiopia people from end to end, they have agreed. They say no more begging, no more begging. They have determined to work by themselves. Begging has its own problems. Me, for Dr. Alamu, if I'm to help him, Dr. Alamu, I can't say Dr. Alamu then. If aid receiver, we don't respect that person. If the donor, the giver, will be respected and called by big names. So for our sake, for our respect and value, dignity, some people take it as politics. It is a dignity of Ethiopia. So for Ethiopia, begging is very dignity killing, degrading. Even while we are capable of producing, if we say that's enough, the first opposition will come from within Ethiopia. That's big addiction, bad addiction rather. We have discussed with people. We are constructing storage. There is fund law. People displaced is decreasing in number. Aid receivers are reducing in number, as evidence of many regions. They are to declare problems are in Tigray region. 400, 300 displaced people are there. They shall be back to their home places. Amhara region, there are few limited number of displaced people. There are also in some other areas. But so increasing the number of displaced people. If you remember, during Tigray war, they said that million people have killed. We have said, we didn't respond. Now they are saying, who counted those killed people, the people? They said that was a lie, they are saying now. There is no exaggerating displaced people. We have to know the actual number and then bring them back, resettle them in their home areas. In the coming 5-10 years in Ethiopia, Ethiopia will not stop receiving aid from abroad if they want kind countries, kind companies, kind individuals who are, if they want to help us, let them help us building hospitals, schools, and roads. That we want. But we are talking about wheat. If there is any capacity that can help, we need that kind of support until we are completely free from needs, from problems. What they say to Ethiopia is big, but you can see no one of them who is willing to construct high school for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is some source of begging. They say 40, 50 million people Ethiopian in hunger. They pay, but they support one. So they are using as a means to beg and to collect funds from others. So if they say few numbers, they will not get money. So they exaggerate. So we have to be very determined together. and politicians, medians. It's better to think about that. This is about not party, about individual. We should say that's enough as Ethiopia. We can also do. When the details is complete, we shall see it together. So being aid receiver is big cancer. Instead of getting 3 meals 3 times, so it's better to get 1 meal by our own. It has many problems within it. We have to see deep into this. It's something expected about regarding Sidama. As the President has said, main points, though it is in our plan, it's difficult to speak on all of them. Therefore, and that's known. We are working 7 million hectares. There is acidic. We are producing lime, and we are going to treat that acid-affected soil and change them. When we summarize about economic issues, Ethiopia now has a good days. So gates of skies are open. So seeing that or seeing it's depend on the individual. So this is time for Ethiopia. So what we have forgotten to be remembered, what thought to be impossible has become possible. What has been tried, not tried by histories, now has been tried. If we ask how that has been brought, there is attitudinal change now. Now Ethiopia, those who lead, is not like Lada, taxi driver. We are driving Ethiopia like a bus driver. Lada and bus driver, both are drivers. They know their beginning, their starting point, but both of them do not their destination. The bus, it knows the starting and the destination point. Even if the travelers are not forgotten, the bus will never turn. It stops where it should stop. It moves where it needs to move. When the last stop is there, so the bus like that. But Lada taxi is different. It begins, then it will be tanked. So you turn to the right, to the left. So the traveler will lead the driver. Is guided. The bus is by the driver. The bus driver guides the traveler. It stops, then when it needs to move, it moves then. If we are saying, are we being guided by dream or are we led by plan? It is, if you ask me why, if a teacher to the students, he says, write your dream and give that assignment to the students. So all students written their dream. One student said, he said, after some time, I will go outside that city, I buy horse and place to ride horses and collect money from users. Then they said, this is not a dream. This is illusion, he said, hallucination. Where you can get this land and resource? He said, tomorrow, change your dream and come back, he said. He said, he gave an F. Then the student got back to home. So he said, should I take the dream, leave that dream, or take the F, he said. Then he said, instead of leaving and abandoning, then depart the students. And after some years, then the teacher went, to see how horse is ridden to the students. And he saw that student, and so the teacher, that the history is very well known, and the teacher said, we have said many of them you couldn't, but you have not given permission to give away your dream. So we never give up our dream. Whoever give us SF, we shall never give up our dream. Whoever can give us F or D, we shall be fixed and adhered to our dreams and realize it. in connection with this, we shall not turn left or right. Honorable House, what I proudly want to say to you is that in 2032, Ethiopian economy at least shall be second economy in Africa. In 2036, Ethiopian economy shall be the first economy in Africa. We shall succeed in it. Nobody can stop us. We shall succeed in doing that. And to succeed in it, let's work together. That's expected from all of us. As the speaker said that we need a break. Those I'll deal with peace, and for you to discuss on the break time, let me speak on, give exemplary speech, saying of our fathers. Tana Lake, it's older than Abiy River. Tana Lake is the elder brother of Abiy River. One day, Abiy, it comes to Tana and asks him to give way. He said, no, that's enough to stay here. Something I need there. Then Tana said quietly, my brother, let's expand here. Let's live together here. The land is enough for us, he said. Don't listen to the others, and let's hear. Abiy then didn't try to listen to the advice of Tana. It started a journey. It starts from Tana, and then if it it stay in Addis Ababa, no problem. But if it stay in Asosa overnight, no problem. In Nekamt, no problem. As he advises to foreigners, it moved on. Soil, it carried gold, logs. Then injustice happened on the people. Then the people go to Tana and said, it is good to reconcile, reconciliation. Peace is good, he said. Please create agreement and peace with your brother. We have been affected. The soil has gone, the gold has gone. Then asked not to bring Tana reconciliation with brother. He said, no, what has done? I begged him. So I have not accepted some of them from, you are, you are drinking and you are with boats. I have accepted your order and instruction and I am serving you. The problem is from Abiy. That's moving from gorge to gorge. That is looting your properties. You ask him to come back. I am here with my dignity and respect. I am responding to your demands. Thank you very much. We shall continue listening to explanations and response from His Excellency Prime Minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Regarding economic questions, as I reacted to them, now I shall respond to social security and other social issues. Regarding security, the concern raised by many of you, that's correct, right concern. Ethiopia needs peace. Ethiopia needs stability. ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ long-running conflicts and stopping work. We need to stop it. That's right. It should stop. But Ethiopia, those who want to see weak Ethiopia, to see Ethiopia unable to stand on both feet, there are countries where there are that situation. If Ethiopians fail to understand the national interest and for political consumption, for the interest of enemy, if they ask, then it will be difficult to bring about full peace. Ethiopian grows and stand on 2 feet. Those countries who don't want that, they know that they cannot win through war. These foreigners know, they know the capacity. The sender knows, the capacity of Ethiopia, but the messenger is eager. Whenever he is told, when it is told, is eager to see what's going to happen. This is born by eagerness. He knows that he's a messenger sent by somebody else. He knows that it's not by own objective. He knows that he will not bring, change. I have said it earlier. In Ethiopia, if not to separate or to succeed one part, it is not practical. Ethiopia, for secession and to take over, it is not convenient. By practice, not knowing Ethiopia, not knowing Ethiopian culture properly, only eagerly and wish those who are riding that kind of horse to fulfill their interests. They think that the short way is not to collaborate with the enemies. Many of them only heard secession. They have only heard to that. They don't want who's to secede. They don't know that. Not to take all Ethiopia. It's difficult, and they don't understand that. They have only heard people saying that. Where there is that kind of problem, it has its own ups and downs to bring full peace. If we can learn from history in whole Africa, those who have firearms, those who win governments, those who brought about development and growth, no country, we can find no country of such country. The armed come and then go armed. As I've said earlier, 17 years after EPRDF has become government, for Tigray region where there was 30 peace, it couldn't detach and make it free from with aid. Those who come to power by force or by firearm, they don't think beyond that. In Ethiopia, what's good is only peaceful power transition. And taking track of peace needs, patience and time. If you don't have patience and time, it's difficult. If we, as a government, you are asking me what we have followed, we are ready to discuss with any party, any group. For example, Shani. Some of Shani parts, they are on power now. They have got power. We have discussed with them. From Tigray, some of them are here and they have got power. Me and Getachew Rada. So if somebody who sees me and Getachew Rada discussing together, doesn't that person understand that we are peace-seeking, peace-loving government? It's not private issue. It's not between me and X, between and Y. This is issue of a country. So far, we understand and reach on consensus on country issue. There is no culture of this kind. If you win that, you have won. It is that culture that we knew. We need to discuss. What about Shani? Amara Shani, Oromia Shani. Oromo Shalako Aba. Those to discuss, we have accepted them. These are messengers. They don't have objectives. They are killing the people they say that they are fighting for. They are robbing fertilizers. We are open to discussion for anybody in a peaceful that respects rule of law, not only reconciliation. We are ready to work together. We have shown that. We have demonstrated that. Who is remained? All of them has come back. Those who are understanding, they are working together peacefully. Those who have not understood that time is not with them, that the age is advancing, they have that practice of being messenger. There are existing problems that cannot be discussed through our discussion. There are issues that cannot be discussed by Shanes. Let's use if you are telling us that we should turn and throw away the flag, we can discuss inclusive national dialogue. It is the first time that we are courageous enough to start. In which year, in which era? Is it in Derg regime or EPRDF, where people, that a person who is fighting has become in a year time to ministerial position? We don't know that. Inclusive dialogue helps us to solve an existing problem. The third, beyond the discussion, if there are groups that say there are people that are suffering, some system has making suffering injustice. We have no transitional justice. It can be forgiving, it can be compensation, so that Ethiopia can be peaceful. There are the armed group, if you are telling me that, there are DDR. We are creating, capacity and bringing the peaceful life. All doors are open for those who want to discuss. We are ready to do that. So this shifters, they are discussing, they ask, but when they discuss, when they talk, what is saddening is those who are outside country, overseas in the Dar es Salaam, those who say to reconcile. They threaten those who want to reconcile, those who negotiate. They say, no, you don't negotiate. You shouldn't negotiate. They want to take this agenda and stay long. We have invited all, OLF, Gumbot 7, EPRP. EPRP has come to us. Ethiopia, it was not allowed before. We have invited them. We are open. Our doors are open for peaceful struggle. Unless we create synergy, come together, help each other, we cannot solve Ethiopian problem in short period of time. There is no power that has solution in its hand. In Madamar, in synergy, we have said this. If a teacher, he said to the teacher to write umbalun their names. After they written their, he instructed to inflate it, to tie it and release it. The balloon then, after some minutes, each student, he said not to capture again the balloon with his name or her name, but when he released that, it's not. Then when shouting, then in 5 minutes, no students has found his name. Then the balloon released. After, let him read. If the name Mr. Tagas, then to give to Mr. Tagas, then all catch, read the name, and then given it to the person whose name is that. That's synergy. When you are collaborating, when you are working together, you can solve complicated problems. That's why Professor Birhanu Nagga is working as Minister of Education. Mr. Getachew is working, is for that reason. Unless we come together, we cannot go nowhere. These people are knowledgeable, they can serve instead of leaving because they have different thinking. That's good for Ethiopia. It's not for individual cases. It's not for individual interest. In Ethiopia, those who want to have no peaceful struggle, the door is open. No party is restricted. In dark time, know that, Lord. Whatever party you are dark. If you are struggling in ideas, the doors are open. No party is forbidden. The problem is no idea. They don't have ideas. No idea is there. To know that no idea, you have to see the experience of these bandas. Things can be known from the fruits. Even if that person doesn't speak, you can know from the fruits, from the results, from their day activity. Are the trees known by its fruit? They can be known by their activities. For example, in a country where there is Karti, where there is no election, where there is no constitution, where there is no use, where there is no hope. And then, so being with that, that person cannot bring hope. From whom they can learn? They do have no government, no party, no cabinet is known there. No election, no constitution. They are with them. They are talking about election while being there. How can that come? In Ethiopia, when Ethiopia is very proud and beautiful, whose eyes get red and become unhappy, when Renaissance Dam is, who says that this is no purpose, no importance, it will bring conflict. Those when we talk about sea access, who is ashamed of that, who is not courageous enough to say that 117 million people need sea access. Those who want to stand by the prosperity of Ethiopia, who think as mango is poisonous tree. He calls himself mango, but it is a bitter fruit. If that person is okay with the problem and the poverty Ethiopia, it is not the name you call by yourself. We are known by our fruits, by corridor of urban cities, rural corridors, wheat, rice. If you don't know, ask UN. We have been awarded for that. But what is saddening is the separatists, insurgencies. They used to say that the Eritrea's question is issue of colonization. The Eritrea's issue is colonization. Unless they say that, they don't feel that they have a struggle. What about that? They say sea access is not our issue. Unless they say that, they feel that they are not struggling. The fashion is the same. The fashion is the same. They couldn't learn. One time, fox was with lion. So the lion did favor to the fox and they were negotiating. The fox said, don't go hunting, don't suffer. Tell me whatever should be brought from the jungle, from the forest. Then the lion agreed with respect. Then fox found, then buffalo. Then he said, didn't see buffalo, didn't see the new law. It says, the lion is getting older and older. If there is good buffalo, it says that he will give the chair, the seat, the power. So I couldn't find, where were you, it asked. Then the buffalo said, I need the power. Then the fox take the buffalo to the lion. So they said, go to the lion and talk it. So the buffalo was thinking everything was possible. Then the lion took it. Then conflict happened. Then the buffalo escaped, but one horn was broken. They said, you are very cruel. You tell me a lie. You deceived me. How you made that plot to have me eaten by the lion? Then you are foolish, he said. So it is broken, your the horn, for the throne to go into your head. It's not for bad purpose, it says. Oh, then Buffalo, I believed it. So it is wish and desire that kill. Then when God go back, so I broke you to the line. Then the tail was broken. Then come to the fox and ask, you are very bad. You said, now my tail is not broken and cut. You are sick, it said. So for the throne, it is now for the seat. For the seat. So the lion thinking that you don't need a tail for the chair. You didn't understand it. The power is not very, it killed her. After killing it, then the fox. Then cut it to different organs, then I shall have my lunch. Then the lion went. Then the fox put, the organ, or by organ, then the head was not, where was the head, he says. Where is the head, he says, oh, lion. So if it has head, 3 times, she wouldn't come there. So it had no head. That was no story about fox. So those who say the Eritrea's question is about, it's like this animal. Time never ticks. While this is so, we need peace. Yes, we need peace. I said it before. If you bring one person and then see when we refuse, every day they are coming, 10, 20, different numbers. If you have no, also you bring yourself. We need peace. Regarding Pretoria, it's confusing me, the word itself. I know Pretoria, I studied there. Now I have forgotten that town, that city. When Pretoria is frequently said, I'm being confused. So there is an Amharic saying, where there is a mother who given birth, there is no, it's with General Sarkan, with Getachew Reda, is with Asaf Abraham. These were the main signers, negotiators on Eritrea. Sarkan, Getachew, and Asafa. These were the main, the signatories. And on our part, they are known. When asked them, they said something. And some of them who don't know where Pretoria is, so where the mother was given actually to the birth, then the caring mother is talking about that. The agreement is TPLF has not made pass through legal election. It was anti-constitution. It was to cancel that illegal election. The second, in that election, the government established through that election is not legal. The council should be dispersed because it was not legal. The third, government from all parties, transitional government should be established. And the other, people elected by the people elected government and the constitution. The prime minister here, so the president there will be deposed. That was the agreement. The armed group, through DDR, it will be disarmed. So there was not agreement to hide weapons, to train. So it was not to disarm It was not to hide firearm or to buy through contraband. That was not the agreement. Those displaced, let them come back to their original residence, like Raya, like Salamt, and Wolkait. This is the very firm stand of the government. Let them go back to their village, to their places. Regarding foreign issues, security issues, that is the power of federal government. That is not the constitution of TPLF. I didn't write to that constitution. This is their constitution. This is the federal issue. So foreign issues is federal government. Defense, security, that's federal government issue. We haven't changed the constitution. So that constitution that was working when they were in power, it should be still functional. There is no reason that it will be dysfunctional. What they are doing now then, what they are doing with the foreign countries, let's leave it that as it is. If there are contested areas in Amhara, the land claimed by Amhara, by Tigray, there is contested land. Regarding that, the constitution has a response for that, an answer for that. Honorable House, in Ethiopia, in Oromia, in Amhara, Somalia region, there is no boundary, there is only limitation, lineage. Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, when the constitution says that there is no line through Kabbalists. This map, the constitution doesn't say that. When there are contesting, that they should be answered by referendum. There is no border like border of Ethiopia and Sudan, Kenya and Ethiopia. If there is contested area, there should be discussion and decided by Federation House, and then can be taken by either party. That is the constitution. Especially in Dredwa. Dredwa is part of Oromia in the constitution. Somalis and Oromos, they are brothers. They have been together there. There was claim in Dredwa. When that happened in EPRDF time, let's not argue on this. Let's have Dredwa and take it under the federal government. Let Somalis be mayor for one term and Oromos the other term. This is not in the constitution. But after that, then Somalis and Oromos are living together as long as peace is there. But now, Somalia and Oromia, now there are many Kabbalists, contested Kabbalists. Sidama and Walaita are the same. Afar and Somalia, between them, there is also, that is not unique. Wolkite issue is not unique. So there are questions and concerns, but it should be solved and resolved peacefully. So they said, no, the people not to go back to their place. So that is causing problem to the people, to the displaced people. So that will be an obstacle to themselves, not to solve the way they think. So what can go is only peaceful way. Wolkite, for example, 25, 30 years back, from Gondar, it was, it was in Gondar. Now it is to Tigray. Then after, during the fighting time, during the conflict time, it has come back to the Amhara. Unless there is no referendum. When the other party becomes forceful, instead of shifting, let people decide and come back to their settlement. That's what we are saying. Let us solve it peacefully. After the fighting, now it's 4 or 5 years after Wolkite has gone out of Tigray. Ethiopian federal government, no budget for Wolkite. The people is there, where teachers are teaching, where health professionals are treating people. So it is not good to, it is only to, that's not right. It's only to keep legal. They don't have budget because we have not solved the issue with Tigray. We haven't discussed. Now our stand is Wolkite issue, or Gondar issue, or Addis Ababa issue, whatever, and so far it's Ethiopia. Let's talk. and discuss it by referendum, peaceful. We don't need to fight over that. No conflict over that. No suffering to the people. This is what we understand each other, you know. There was no bank in Tigray, electricity, no tele, no flight. There was no to bring back these services. We have brought back telecommunication, airport, Aksum airport, they destroyed it. We have restored it, reconstructed. We have, managed to restart, functional industries, factories, so many activities. Many destroyed services and wells have been restored and made them functional. There is something exaggerated regarding Tigray war. By the way, Tigray war, it was, when compared to the Wolaga war, the Tigray is smaller. We fought for 3 weeks and then captured Mekelle. Then 8 months, when we left Tigray, from right until Raya and Kamise, we fought. Then we fought and drove them back. No fighting then in Tigray. Third round, they attacked us. 2-3 weeks. We arrived at Adigrat. And when we were about Bankale, then we signed the agreement, and then we left. So maximum it was 2 months fighting. So some people think that we have been all the time in war in Amhara region, and until they come to Amhara and then go back, it can be so. Regarding government, to prosperity doesn't need. So we tell them they elected President Getachew become president. They rejected him. Then Tadessa come. Then again we are looking for when they remove Tadessa. They elect and they don't agree. You remember in Awasa meeting, first change, there was problem. In Awasa meeting, 100% TPLF Central Committee, after they elected me, in 2-3 months, they elected me, and they said no. So currently it is the same also. We are giving budget and giving maximum support, and we have repaired, what has been destroyed. No additional war. It has no objective. So war without objective, whether it is successful and not, no confirmation. Unless there is a goal, people will not sacrifice souls, life. So no use fighting in Tigray. We don't need to hear bullets. We have experience of talking with opposition, armed groups. So they respect election board and conduct appropriate meetings and obedient instruction. If it wins, it can become government. It should obey laws and order. If it is not ready to compete and participate in election, we have had enough of war. If you fight, you will not win. It's not useful. We say it's not useful. Let's work together and develop country. So the mountain you couldn't climb while you are very energetic and forceful. You can't climb with walking stick. It's too late. You can't do that. They have tried that. They couldn't succeed that. Now it is peace. They may move in gorge for thousands of years in water. So they cannot remove by government by force. So the Tigray mother, the peace she needs should come. They are tired of war, conflicts. They need peace, and we are ready for peace on our part. Recently, soldiers are asking for salary increment in Tigray armed groups. If they come DDR through peaceful way, they will be useful for themselves, for their families, for their country. They are energetic, they are youth people. we can rehabilitate them. They are holding them not to go through DDR. The Tigray budget, we allot whole budget, fully. It's given to the military activity that's affecting Tigray. By the way, Jigjiga, there is big change in corridor in Somali region, the revenue of Somali region. So the Tigray revenue is much higher as compared to the revenue of Jigjiga. Mekelle is 6-7 times larger, bigger. How come that they don't construct 1-2 kilometer corridor? That is the fact. Unless we go to development all the time, conflict and war, that's not. When they were 30 years in power, if 50 dams were constructed for Tigray people, they would be self-sufficient and help others. While in power, they didn't serve, they didn't make anything, and they are the same thing going. So as much as possible, they should go to the people and see the problems there. This rainy season, we have been flying by drone over Tigray to see agricultural activities. The farmlands are very surprising. The rain was good as compared in the image. Survey shows that in Tigray, they're going to be better product. We need peaceful harvest of that product. Farmers and people may use it. It's not good to make the people prisoners of begging. So to have a better life for them, that's what we want. So the federal government has no intention of making war in Tigray. We don't want. It has no benefit, no use. People in Tigray should understand this and turn to peace. That is the advice. Regarding inclusive national dialogue, as we have said, agenda gathering has been more or less complete. I think they have completed mainly those who need consultation. Oromia, those who need consultation, they discussed it. Those who didn't, they didn't participate. All people may need not, those who need consultation, discussion, have participated. As you have seen abroad, we have tried not to make consultation, but sad enough, in Europe, in London, some Ethiopians and many Eritreans, they staged demonstration saying that the consultation is not acceptable. If I would like to thank Eritreans to be concerned about issue to that issue. Instead of accompanying our demonstration, I say better you handle your issues. So they are mixing with others and making same attempts elsewhere. The dialogue is important. Agendas have been collected. Extreme thoughts have been demonstrated. First agenda is collected, then discussion is to be done. After discussion, those we agree will be approved, and then the others will also be dealt accordingly. Now we are doing agenda collection. This has no connection with election. So inclusive dialogue will not disturb our election. It will not stop budgets or election. Government as government, inputs will come. Government will not stop budget approval and parliament dispersing. If that, before that it's completed, it's okay. If it's completed after that, it will never disturb our election. No problem. So election system, if there is change, if we see and detected anything like that, we shall deal with it accordingly. But the election will be done on its time. There are some needs. In 3 waradas, there are 3 shiftas, no election will be made. And there, as Eritrea is against election, election is not to be conducted. There are ideas like here and there. There are people thinking so. We are to conduct election, then the government has enough capacity to that. It's about interest. Those who have idea about national dialogue, they can participate. The six national election were the best, and the seventh will be better even. So I think this house will have different view and different varying, diverse voice will come. We need that. We need democratic election. And we should be open to hear different voices as government, as party. If there are no alternative voice, that will not be helpful. As their writing has not been washed out, those who think that election will not be conducted, they are foolish. It will be conducted. So they shall have no realm to say there is no legitimate government. The election is to be conducted. I will say your time. Be ready for election. Even last time we elected while we were fighting, we conducted in 1992 Ethiopian calendar while we were fighting Eritrea. So do you think this government doing so this development activities, so many development activities will not conduct election? We wish you that we'll be successful in the election. That's my wish. As much as possible, our party members, they shall work to make its election and ready, responsibly to have different voices. We don't have desire to take all seats in the parliament. We shall work in that way. Sometimes I heard some of them, after we have given them, there are groups who think that they will be elected. They shall go back to the place where they come from. But the election will continue ahead. We have to see election this way. As a party, we shall be ready as government, and we shall have better election. So Ethiopia will continue. Those who drop out will continue dropping out. So we don't need nobody's approval to continue. We have to have adequate and enough capacity. One member so thrown in a level that the elephant doesn't even feel the throne is in its body. That's how it's acting. Regarding justice, the justice system to be free and improve the system. We don't want to say judge this and that. It is independent. It is accountable to you, not to us. This is an institution. But we need to improve the systems. To improve issues with ethics, inspection has begun. We encourage that. We support that. They should know that lack of capacity. There is automation activities. There are trainings given there. So there are many backlogs. I visited recently them to improve the justice system, the prosecutor, the police. There are good beginnings. So courts are doing good. We need to encourage that. So we have to understand it. There can be problems, but they have started now working on that, and we should encourage them. Regarding reform, law enforcement agencies, there are many reforms. So Ethiopia has created institutions that are better stand. I don't need to kill time there. Last year, in the beginning, is to improve civil service and create automated system in service area and to reduce complaints there. So we have started MASOB last year. We have 18 MASOB centers. There are 3 additional this year. In this year, we are working to make 100 MASOB, one area of different services. If we expand that, then you can imagine how can we solve the problem. So land, ID card, passports, trading license, we are doing a lot on that. Just to mention one of them, 3 years back, Ethiopia 3 years back for passports, less than 300,000 passports they could issue. To be exact, it was 270,000. This year, Ethiopia is to provide 4 million passports. 4,300,000. It's very radical change. So, Honorable House, go to our Immigration Bureau and how things have changed. Not about propaganda. So earlier it was no propaganda, was bigger. People were difficult to see what's going on. For example, now digital. If we take digital alone, 2.4 million users have been trained in the coding training. 2.4 million users have been certified by coding. It is significant change. Without spending money, 2.4 million certified users, creating that capacity. It is, an exemplary and supportive for many other activities. The reform has brought such activities and successes. Digital Ethiopia strategy 2025 has complete. Now we have begun. We have planned 2030 Digital Ethiopia. So digital in Ethiopia, the change it is to bring and wealth and GDP share, it's expected that it will have a big share. Recent GSM data, 93 million subscribers have started using telecom in Ethiopia. That's big growth. When we come, it was 37 million. I don't need this data. I see even small kabbalists in rural areas. When I open my windows, the first thing I see is mobile. The child, the young, the old, all are holding mobile phones. That shows me how expanded it is. 55 million people are using mobile banking. In 2028, GSM reports $11 billion shall be brought by digital technology. In Ethiopia, 1 million people shall get employment. 1.5 billion revenue at least can be generated from this sector. We expect more. This is significant report and leap forward regarding AI. The change in Ethiopia by AI. When we said AI, it is not beyond our expectation. So AI has established it freely. Our plan was to cost a lot, starting from Djibouti tracking, even Ministry of Finance, Customs, softwares. INSA is doing that. I don't know whether it's enough for all of you or not. Standing committees, please go to the new AI headquarters and see. It's very surprising. Even Ethiopia creating this kind of capacity in Africa, that's very miracle. So AI is not in big capacity now in Ethiopia. When you see this, how proud your children will be, no doubt. Everybody who's thinking and worried about coming generation will be proud of this. This reform in e-commerce, Zaman market. How far it established? We are to do a lot. It's only beginning. We know e-commerce only through Alibaba. Ethiopia, by its own capacity, virtual market has been provided stock market ecosystem. We have started only recently. Those who are many years ahead, we are coming very close to them. AI changes. Ethiopian sovereign wealth is the first sovereign wealth in Ethiopia. It is only recently established. It's generating big revenue. And the reformers in Ethiopia, they are working, be it political, economy, law enforcement, agencies. In all reforms, they are productive. But reform is painful. It needs big wells, and fruits need time. We should be patient for that. Then we shall continue to see results. Education, regarding education, just like football field, it's to invest on early childhood. We are doing that extensively. And we are offering training to increase education competence, teachers' competence. So we are bringing change. Now 43 million, about 43 million textbooks have been distributed to high schools. Now books for each student. Printing this, there was no problem. It requires many costs. So education for generation. So the miracle is being done by Ministry of Education. They are solving many problems. Student feeding, as I said earlier. Many infrastructures we need. Improvements are there. Still, it's not complete. If it is noticed, if there is education school here, if there is university here, high school here, then we see chat house, tobacco house, bar, thank you for corridor. So the main activity was to remove this. Now stadium, park, sitting area, walkways are there, close to students. Because unless we are careful about our children, we cannot get the Ethiopia we wish for. We should be careful about that regarding health. We need to work more on the health infrastructure. We should develop more. Now, 63 million citizens are in health insurance. Regarding pharmaceuticals, as I said earlier, in producing, there are attempts to reduce imported medicine. There is no 60 billion subsidy. Cancer treatment, 60% is covered by the government. There are efforts to bring, to attract investment from abroad. So we are not talking about our success. If you want, you can go to Paulos Hospital. There are 1,000 beds. Infrastructure has been constructed there, much more than the previous one. But the necessary materials should be there up until satisfaction is brought to beneficiaries. We are silent up until we attain that. It's only beginning. We shall work on this in collaboration. And I hope that finally, regarding diplomacy questions, I shall give a response to that. All countries, regardless of its size, small or big, regardless of the wealth, all countries, they have the right to use their natural resources without harming others, without affecting others. The resource endowed by nature is the right to all countries. All countries, there are two decisive issues. One is national interest. All countries have their own national interest. The second, there are concerns of national security. National interest and national security, based on the information and the knowledge, they can be what you have said, the national interest can be wide or narrow tomorrow. What there is a concern can be wide or narrow based on the knowledge and information. These judgments can get conclusion. There are mistakes, in two ways. If countries, they don't have information or scarce information, they cannot define national interests properly. They cannot properly define their national concerns and treat. And idea and moral and extreme self-interest and greediness, that problem will come. We have to balance these. All countries, to the level, to the knowledge they have, they may modernize it. There is no country without its national interest and national threat. Every country has these two issues. Ethiopian national interest regarding that. What I want the House to understand is that the most unjust is the country that suffered most injustice. At least don't deny us to speak out that no war is, that's no bullet. It can be there. Unless there is a true justice, war can break anytime. So we should work hard on bringing justice. If there is injustice and unjust decision, we can't create full and complete peace. This is important. We have to understand it. For example, Abiy River. Ethiopia was benefit from Abiy, harmed nobody. We have produced energy. We didn't deny water. That's our national, international right. We cannot harm. We have no interest of harming others. The water has increased, not reduced. So the amount of water increased after our using it. So there was no drought. Now the fear is no drought, no the flood. If no dam, what about the floods and the destruction? We have to think about that. The Ethiopia stand is very clear. Egyptians are our brothers. Sudanese are our people. We like or not, the Nubia civilization and Masr civilization is very linked. Starting from Aksum civilization, Nubia, Sudan, and stone shaping, very, very closely related, though there are some changes through time. The best thing is so to give the cow the feed it needs and milk it. So denying the feed to the cow, then no milk can come from that cow. To give feed, fodder, and then get better milk. So my need and wishes, and your wish, and the wish of the interest of all Ethiopians, Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, they have together more than 300 million people. They have large size. They have huge population. If we work together and produce, we are enough for whole Africa. We have enough wells, gold, water, labor. So the best thing is to work together. So then we shall be against each other. So we continue to go more forward anyway. So we, on our part, through agreements, through negotiation, understanding each other, we want to grow. Nobody on this earth, while alive, it cannot impose its interest on us. Ethiopians have not been made for this. So what is feasible and can go is to understand. So to do that, Ethiopia is all the time ready. Regarding Renaissance Dam, it has brought fortune to everybody. Nothing wrong. If it's something to be done in the future, the same. We don't plan to harm others. We plan to benefit together. It is to benefit, not to harm, nothing harming. Regarding Red Sea. So the all Ethiopians and Honorable House, I would like something you to see seriously. We, Red Sea issue, legal, historical, geographical, and economic question. We believe that. This question, some say that should be answered tomorrow. Some say they need to start when they come tomorrow. We don't need to approach Red Sea. Ethiopia has 30 years. It missed. There was struggle for 30 years. In 30 years of struggle, Ethiopia has lost it. I don't think 30 years more are needed. I don't think that. So in a stable, in a calm way, through discussions. That's important. Whatever discussion we made, we don't think the 30 years that it has taken for us to miss it. We don't need 30 years, but we have to be stable and calm. So what I want you to see, some people are short in memory because they think about today. Let me take another background. First, who decided the decision that Ethiopia lost that access? When we examined the cabinet, we couldn't find. The cabinet doesn't know. We said no, if it is the House, we have reviewed it, no decision by the House. So referendum, no, we were there. Ethiopia has not decided, representative not decided, at least cabinet, who decided it then? So the issue, the decision that we are away from the access, so no institutions have involved. The cabinet doesn't know. We couldn't find single-page document that shows us how we could lose the access. So if the parliament doesn't know, if the cabinet doesn't know, if the people doesn't know, so the access that made us to lose, how can it be wrong? Show us if it is there. If it is not there, it's not like pouring away this water. This is an issue of survival. Who decided it? That is the question. Here, there are two problems here. One is a wrong narrative. So there are people who think that it is shameful to demand what is right. This is the result of the wrong narration. Just to remind you, after the conflict between Ethiopia and Eritrea, when peace comes, first, when I traveled to Asmara, Eritrean president come to Addis, the first thing, we make the first forum in Millennium Hall, live TV. You were there or we have heard. Now go to YouTube and listen. The first meeting we discussed ASAP, where he was, while he was present there, in a manner that is fit the people, It is only to remind those of you who have forgotten it. When I saw after Asmara with Honorable President, I was with him to ASAP. What we discussed and talked at ASAP port, we discussed about port. You can go back and see in Eritrea. The third, in the book of Madamar book, I've clearly listed. In geopolitics, I've discussed about Eritrea issues, and I have given them as gift. They know it. To all of them, I've sent the book. The force, 4 years back, we have established no marine force. Is it to swim in the boat in the glass? Why people fail to understand this? Ethiopia needs rest. We believe before the reform, we were talking about that. So there was no chance to be heard too, but the talk should be peaceful. As the Honorable MP said, by agreeing with the Eritrean government, we have now maintained the road to ASAP. They said, no, the port is not functioning well. The conflict is not overnight. It is because we are not talking about it. After we maintained the road, they said the port has problem. We talked to our friend, friend to both of us. When crane come to our support, the Eritrean government said no. And the crane was not sent back. We maintained the road, and they had no interest. Just like Sudan and Djibouti, by our cost, we said that we are to give them, to supply them power. They said they need to think over it. When go to Afsab town in Ethiopia, there is housing problem. 1.5 million houses to be built. When I go to Asab, there is house, there is window, but no people. That's a true story. We said that war can make alive this city. All envoy was discussing that on Eritrean part in a manner we didn't clearly understood. They were not ready to respond. The ports we opened, borders we have opened, they were closed automatically. They were closed earlier, not now, not now. They were closed before you heard to the problems. Therefore, Eritrean people, there is brotherly people, there is no innocent people. There is people that are leaving their country. We are interested to work together with. We have no interest in making war legal, consultation and discussion. For many countries, I have separately discussed with this. America, China, Russia, Europe, Africa. Now, before this house, I would like to explain Ethiopian Red Sea access. It's inevitable. It will happen. I give priority to peace and discussion. Please mediate us. That's our question. If you are peacing with it, please don't make us to sleep. That will not go far. It's not because I need, you need. Naturally, that cannot happen. We cannot answer to that, in one day. And we have not lost it in one day. It has followed, it will follow natural process. The question to see access, to those who say to divert internal agenda. We have heard this from Eritreans. I don't know why it is in the house. So Eritrea say that there are internal issues diversion. I don't know how they could come here. Therefore, that's not. There is nothing to be diverted in Ethiopia. There is development. There is an embracing government. Nothing to be diverted. It's people's government, and it's government that's bringing result. It is that appreciated by many African brothers. It's not being diverted. That we have lost in an illegal issue. Who decided it? It is good to know that. It's good to examine that. So it's not about diversion. It's not harm the narration. It's better to think about. So when success comes, then you may say that you said it. Therefore, I'm 1,000,000%. I'm confident. Who likes or not, Ethiopia will not be in prison for 1,000,000 years. First, the problem is narration. So what the law is, which law has taken it? We have to examine the narration. If Ethiopia developed and grow, there are some countries who fear that Ethiopia is already big. Where it will go? It is the second populous country in Africa and in the 10th in the world. Ethiopia is a big country. Every year, the population grows to 3 million. Ethiopia is increasing 1 Eritrea every year. Every year, 3 million. Therefore, Ethiopia is increasing one country. If you worry, if it grows, it will only support aid them. And it's supporting now. How many refugees we are supporting now, even before growing? This fear is, problematic. Our neighbors should know that we want to live peaceful. That is the Pretoria issue. That we were talking about the port, about development. We were begging them, was hoping that it would happen. When we signed the Pretoria agreement, they said TPLF Tigray, unless they are destroyed, they said the region will not peaceful. And we said they are our people, and we want them. They started not that way. The main issue is to put us in war, in conflict. So our message to Eritrean government is that Eritreans are our brother. We don't want to fight them. Don't be bullet transporter in transit. Abiy is now disciplined. Our shifters will also be behaving properly. So as history will say that, don't give out bullets and firearms. We know illegal, people's movement, migration. So if people are to come, let them come legally. Illegal trade to stop, forged money. The American black market, if to stop that. If we are to think to each other and consider each other as neighbors, if we follow legality in trading, in displacement, and if stop giving firearms and bullets, we can Ethiopia is ready to continue in love and in cooperation. I want to go to Asmara like before, if it is profitable. If not profitable, I don't go like Bali to Asmara if that's not bring about profit. I do have work to do. We don't want war. That's why we are saying there is something that we are working about 10 billion airport, 10 billion fertilizer factory, 10 billion housing corridor. While we have all this work, we cannot think about war. Only idle people think about war. What we are eager for, and we are working hard is for development. So many activities. We don't have no plan to fight with nobody if there is war. If the war starts, the result is clear. The result is clear. Then crying will not help then. It is better to think. When people say about Ukraine and Palestine, nobody died for you. Only moral is to be given. You are finally to die. That is not feasible. That's Kabada, Mr. X, Mr. Y. They will give you bullets. They will not die for you. We have seen that. We have seen that by support that war. We don't want. We want development. We want peace and no conflict with nobody. We don't want that. But if we go into war, the result is clear. We have a reliable force. Nobody can stop us. Nobody can stop us. But it's better not to go there. We need to responsibly work. So what's destroying and spoiling the narration is that one student in physics period, then that student come late to the class. And the physics teachers, as you know, becoming late. It's not only shame. They think that it's always a crime. Hamarik class, no problem. Geography, no problem. But physics and mathematics, so no joke on that. One student came late to the class. Before this, the teacher said, and then instructed him to stand and to kneel in front of the door. Then the period ended. When the bell rang, when the teacher, then the student, rushed to the. He saw on the blackboard 2 questions. So he wrote, he thought that it was homework. So that not to be rubbed away by the next teacher. When he finished writing the question, the second teacher came into the class. Then he continued the class. The day was Friday. even 10, 20 minutes late. As you think that you have lost a lot, when he go back, he was not working the whole night. He was also working on it on Saturday. We couldn't do overnight on Saturday and Sunday. Then midnight, he answered one question, and one question remained difficult. Imagine Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to answer 2 questions. Sunday, midnight, he answered 1 question and left you with 1 question. And then physics teacher, and started a new chapter. And then he said, what about the last assignment, he said. That student, what about the homework, he said. He said, that was not homework, he said. Then the teacher said, those 2 questions, physics intellectuals, they couldn't do it. They were unanswered questions. So I was telling the 2 students, not you, even scientists couldn't answer it. That was, he said that I have answered 1 question. Then the teacher, so he answered 1 question that you couldn't, because he didn't hear it. So hearing to that he can't. So if he heard that instruction for the teacher, he couldn't do. So the Honorable House, so we haven't heard that Ethiopia doesn't deserve or do not have a right to Red Sea. Thank you very much. We haven't heard that. Thank you, Honorable His Excellency Prime Minister. Response and let's go to the motion accordingly regarding the speech by the President. The support motion, decision 1, 2018. Who support? Raise your hand. Objection? Objection? Abstain? Thank you. His Excellency the President's speech, the motion, decision 1, 2018, by 1 abstinence and majority vote. His Excellency the Prime Minister, that has given explanation and answer to the questions from the members, has given adequate explanation and responses. I would like to thank him on behalf of myself and the House. Now the second session is over.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is ATV Languages, your new voice of Pan-Africanism. And I'm just bringing you some updates of our today's sessions. That is the first opening of the Parliament. And last time, President Tayas Selassie addressed the joint session of the Parliament and the House of Federation. And based on the motion he presented, members of the House are just forwarding questions to Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, and Prime Minister addressed those questions. So some of the questions raised were the actions the government taken against the anti-peace forces that are engaged in banditry, accepting missions from historical enemies of Ethiopia to weaken the country. And about the TPLF group, they also raised questions, which is trying to drag the people of Tigray into war and sufferings by ignoring the Pretoria peace agreement, is now working with foreign forces to disrupt the peace of the country. So what is government doing to make the region peaceful? And what is the current political peace and security situation in the region? And they also asked about the national dialogue process and the government's plan with the 7th national election, and whether the election will be done after the national consultation or national dialogue is concluded or so. And they also raised questions about Ethiopia's quest to access direct and sovereign sea outlets. Then Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has just unveiled that Ethiopia will become a leading economy in Africa by 2036. I mean, just the majority of his discussion is in the first session before the break session focused on the macroeconomic reforms and related issues. And he declared that, quote unquote, by 2032, the Ethiopian economy will be at least the second largest in Africa, and by 2036, it will be the leading economy in Africa. We will achieve this, and no one will stop us, the Premier said. And Prime Minister's confidence for that is just rooted in a fundamental shift in national policy, moving away from past practices that fueled instability and debt pressure. The overall strategy hinges on 3 major pillars, and these are aggressive infrastructure development, macroeconomic reform, and a direct assault on the culture of dependency. So regarding the macroeconomic and debt management victories or achievements, let me say, Prime Minister Abiy said, previous governments had taken on short-term loans that created immense pressure, noting that this practice was different from the long-term borrowing seen in many major economies. He also said about the debt restructuring, a great victory in debt restructuring was seen. A massive portion of the debt achieving a 4 billion to 5 billion USD debt restructure through extensive negotiations was made. And regarding the fiscal discipline and credit confidence, he also says that controlling debt is the reform government's top priority, confirming that the administration has not taken out a single short-term loan since taking power. That is just before 7 years that Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed came to power, and since then the government did not take any short-term loan. And regarding credit confidence, Abiy stated that Ethiopia currently has no problem of paying its debt, and that the nation is in talks with creditors, particularly Eurobond holders, for further restructuring, citing the country's rapid growth as evidence that it can meet its obligations. And the war on dependency, the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed underlined that, signaling a complete break from an aid-centric past, he made a profound philosophical statement equating dependency with national weakness, calling it a cancer that consumes the power to work. And he also credited the economic policy shift for Ethiopia's transformation beyond agriculture. And the Premier said that the policy aimed at transforming Ethiopia's economy from being primarily agricultural to a more diversified one that has proven highly successful. And the Premier also said Ethiopia's ambitious economic reform is fueling a rapid transformation across all national parameters, with the agriculture sector leading the change, and highlighted the impressive results, noting that the sector has recorded a robust 7.3% growth in a short period, he said. And Ethiopia mobilized 440 billion birr to force inflation into single digit. And the Premier cited that the inflation dropped to 11.7% in October. Prime Minister Abiy further focused on efforts resulted in the production of 11.5 million quintals of coffee last year, which generated a record 2.5 billion USD in export revenue after covering domestic demand, a success the Prime Minister attributed to the coordinated efforts of experts and farmers. Regarding infrastructure, Prime Minister Abiy just announced that his government will give much priority and focus for the infrastructure development. And he noted that Ethiopia is currently undertaking some 346 road construction projects totaling 26,000 kilometers across the country, alongside 14 mini dam projects worth 200 billion birr being built in all regional states to support irrigation, energy, and water supply needs of the country. And he also underscored the progress made in sports and social infrastructure, including the construction of over 1,000 mini stadiums in Addis Ababa alone. And the new airport Ethiopia is going to construct will also handle over 100 million passengers annually. Then the Ethiopian Airlines, the largest airline in Africa, not just in Ethiopia, as Prime Minister Abiy said, will be one of the largest in the world. This massive 10 billion investment will ensure that Ethiopia continues to be an aviation hub in Africa. And regarding the revenue, the past fiscal year was the highest revenue year in Ethiopia's history. For example, the country has secured an 8.3 billion USD from merchandise exports, and 7.4 billion USD was gained from remittance. And Ethiopia's foreign exchange reserves increased tenfold, the Prime Minister reported. And on mining and gas, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed stated that our mining sector is playing a 1% role in the country's economic growth. He noted that there is a large reserve in the Somali region where we have launched a gas project. He mentions that Ethiopia has a third-party verification that 21 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves in one place alone. So the Prime Minister stressed that instead of lamenting why we have not been able to use this resource in the past years, it is expected of all of us to recognize what we have now and use it quickly. He said that since the party took over the gas project 2 years ago, could not do enough, so the government negotiated with a Chinese government and signed a contract with a company called GCG Group and completed the first round in 14 months. And since just regarding the TPLF, he said the TPLF is just causing problems to the internally displaced people in Tigray, and also the TPLF leaders are just claiming their claims are not peaceful. The land of Walqair has just to be addressed through a referendum and let the people decide for themselves. There have been just one of the questions that the TPLF has been raising is the lands which were just part of the Tigray region according to the Ethiopian constitution, and that is just for the last 30 years according to Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, and that has just to be addressed by a referendum, and people who are just living there need to decide, and these also need to come not in forceful way but with peaceful and just dialogue. Then the federal government is just allocating maximum budget for Tigray. The government needs no war, and the TPLF is using the federal budget for military training and just offering salary for the military. And regarding the national dialogue and the 7th national election, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said that there is no connection, just direct connection between the two, and the national dialogue will continue as the 7th national election will be held according to slated. And the 7th national election will be far better than the previous, and it will be peaceful, credible, and democratic. The government will also work to ensure a free, independent justice system, and it has been working on availing a strong law enforcement body. Regarding the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance and the Abiy River, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said that countries have the right to use their national resources without harming others. So that is how the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam has been built on the Abiy River, just testifying what Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said. Ethiopia, like any other country, has just the right to use its own natural resources, and it realized the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam based on this premise. He said, quote unquote, "It is our national and international right to use Abiy River for power generation." And the Ethiopian Dam brought fortune to every country in the region. Nothing harm has it brought and will not brought in the future. And such other projects on Ethiopia's rivers will not do any harm to riparian status, he said. And Ethiopian stance is very clear and unwavering in saying that both the Sudanese and Egyptian people are our brothers. We share common culture and history, so collaboration is the way forward, Prime Minister Abiy stressed. And finally, he raised the issue of, just addressed the question regarding the Red Sea and legal, historical, and economic questions are within Ethiopia's quest to accessing a direct sea outlet. So Ethiopia missed for the last 30 years the Assab and Massawa ports, and Ethiopians struggled over the years to regain it, but the people and the country still need to be calm and stable to regain the port. So Ethiopia did not decide to lose it, the Assab or Massawa ports. The Zeng government cabinet didn't decide, and they have no written documents. They also didn't know about the decision made, and there is no single legal document regarding the issue Prime Minister Abiy justified. And Ethiopia has several times discussed regaining Port Assab over the past 6 years, and Ethiopia decided just to establish a navy 6 years back and has been reestablishing aid, and I think that is just successful because I think before a year or so Ethiopia launched the first navy unit in the capital Addis Ababa, and the government provided exchange to Assab port as well, like a swap between the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam share and maybe the Ethiopian Airlines, but there hasn't been heard much from the other side. Then he said that we always incline to peaceful means and dialogue, and the Eritrean people are our brothers. We don't need to fire a single bullet there. He said, I want to go to Asmara like before if it is profitable. However, regaining port is inevitable, and Ethiopia will never be in prison for a million years from now. And Prime Minister Abiy is highly confident about that and reinforcing his claim, the reclaiming of its historic ports. And since Ethiopia has a great deal of mega projects unveiled by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed during the inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, and some of which have already been inaugurated, and for some of which the foundation stone has been laid. So the more than 30 billion USD projects have been unveiled, and so the government is busy at this, and the government needs some sort of investment for this, just capital. So there is no need to invest on conflict unless it is necessary or inevitable. I said, thank you so much for watching us, and this has been just the major point is that Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has raised. He has also just mentioned some social issues as raised by members of the parliament, and during our evening news hour, we will also try to cover the remaining issues. Thank you so much for watching us.